Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sideline Specialists 2024 NFL Draft Special. Tonight guarantees absolute chaos, and if you choose to watch with us, we really appreciate that, because in my life, I don't know if an NFL draft has had more potential for absolute ridiculousness. So welcome. I am Tom Deasy, joined by best friend, fellow sports fanatic, Alex Fishbein. This is gonna be nuts. I think you agree.
I am excited for this draft, especially because I will say this is probably the draft that I've followed the most because of the fact we are doing this. I don't usually do live drafts, or live streams, even for the NBA draft. I think I've only done it once for the NBA draft. So yeah, I am excited.
Yeah, I literally most drafts you can go into and you can look at the top 10 and have a really good feel for what's going to happen, what the teams need. Obviously, trades happen, and some are really unexpected because a team will need something desperately and move out of a spot. But this year, like even the Chargers, might take I say a QB. If it's going to be anybody, it's going to be J.J. McCarthy, which is perfect because we just talked about the Harbaughs and their weird cahoots. So of course he would take the guy from his former school that he just left.
Right.
But I have no idea where this is going to go, and that just has me super stoked.
I am just excited to see what happens with these trades, what goes on. I'm going to bring up here real quick. We're going to have the draft ticker on the bottom, by the way. We're going to update it ourselves and everything, so we're going to have that going. Technically, we can't live stream the actual draft because of copyrights and all that. I'm pretty sure everyone understands that by now.
Yeah.
For any of those who want to listen to this or view this later on, the entire video will be up on YouTube right after it's done live streaming. It just goes to archive and is there. Breaking news, Joel Embiid's about to just throw fisticuffs with the entire Knicks team. I don't know what just happened, but I just looked up and they were all just in a big group with the ref separating everybody. So I don't know what happened there.
I have breaking news.
Yes.
A.J. Brown signs 3-year, $96 million extension that includes $84 million guaranteed.
Damn.
$32 million is the highest per year average for any wide receiver in the NFL.
Damn.
So, for all you dickheads, all offseason, Eagles fans or otherwise, who were saying, oh, this guy's a cancer, he's out of here. Shut your mouth. He's an Eagle for life. And that's that. So the NFC East can just sit in horror for the next 4 or 5 seasons at a minimum, where you have to line up against Devontae and A.J. Brown. Let's go.
That is huge news. That's big for the Eagles. I almost called them the Sixers. That's big for the Eagles just to lock up their 2 receivers like that right away. And so there was tons of people talking about A.J. Brown going to get traded, A.J. Brown going to do this, going to do that. He had his fight with the Philly media, which, to be honest, fuck 75% of the Philly media.
Hey, dude, amen.
Side note, Embiid just got a flagrant 1 because, honestly, he was just a really big dumbass right now.
Heard.
That was bad. But anyway, it's nice to see them get him locked up and ready to go for multiple years to come.
Mitchell Robinson missed both free throws.
I know, great. I love it. It was the right guy to foul, but the shit he pulled is dangerous as hell. I will never.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Did he hit him in the air? I'm assuming that's
Embiid was on the ground. Mitchell Robinson had the ball, and he tried to wrap his knees up as he jumped.
Oh, yeah, no, hell no.
Yeah, no. Embiid was a big fuckboy for that.
Yeah, we don't. We're like, all right, we'll make this clear. We're massive, obsessed Sixers fans. we're not the delusional kind where no matter what our players do, we support it. If our player's being a jackass, trust me, we will fully express that. And yeah, I know the reffing in this series has been whack, but there's no excuses for that at all.
Agreed.
That's like almost intent to injure, and there's no place for that.
Exactly. And I have defended Embiid many, many times, but I have no defense for Embiid on that. That is just incredibly stupid and dangerous. But yeah, so going back to football, I did do a quick, by the way, on the clock, Chicago Bears, so we will bring up the ticker. Officially on the clock.
Hails yes.
So I did a quick mock draft, like a final mock draft before we got on here. And I'll throw it up real quick, but we were also going to talk about doing a quick one while, because everyone knows who the Bears are going to take.
Yeah.
So if I throw this up here, I think this is the one I did.
I think so.
Yeah.
Here, I can, here, you leave that up. I'll just do a quick compare with the picture you sent me.
Yep.
And we'll make sure it's spot on. So
this one I got a little spicy because there's been increasing talks about trades. There's been increasing talks about the Giants trading, there was even reports about the Raiders trading up, the Cardinals trading up for like a second. Sorry, no, not a second, first round pick. Trading down from number 4 because they might try to get some multiple issue areas there. So there was a lot of talk about a lot of things. So this one I actually included some trades. So number 1 and 2, I pretty much went chalk. That's the betting favorites right now. I got Caleb Williams going 1, Jaden Daniels going 2. What I did was to have the Giants trade with the Patriots up to number 3. They traded this first round pick and next year's first round pick because I don't think the Patriots are trading away from that pick unless they get something real nice.
Oh, that's gonna take 2 firsts and at least a third, and maybe
exactly what I did.
Even maybe like a player in there. It depends on the contract if they want to dump somebody. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's one of the highest costs. Like the top 5, you're always sending 2 firsts for that one. Pretty much guaranteed.
Exactly.
So,
and that is, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I did. I did there.
Oh, Roger Goodell has walked upon the stage.
Oh, here we go, baby.
Let me unmute this so I can actually hear him. I have the volume pretty low.
Here we go.
Oh shit, Eminem is on the stage. Let's go.
Chicago pick?
Well, it's in Detroit. So he's probably just out here to rep the city.
That's a good point. I wonder if I can do like a multi-view on YouTube TV. I know I have been able to before. What?
Okay.
Saying that the draft just isn't on?
ESPN has it.
That's what I thought. Oh, and
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's ESPN, ABC, NFL Network. All 3 have a different. They're bringing out Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff, Aiden Hutchinson. Let's go.
Oh, wow. They're bringing out the whole crew.
Loving this. I love this shit.
This is awesome. I mean, very well deserved, too. Detroit deserves all that.
And Calvin Johnson. Calvin comes out.
Big one.
Calvin comes out last on a delayed. And Barry Sanders. Sheesh. Sheesh.
Barry Sanders is just the epitome of living legend.
The greatest running back in football history. Just at me if you want to. Nobody was him.
I mean, arguably, if you can say Calvin Johnson was the best wide receiver of all time.
I agree with that. He was the most. I'm sorry. Well, how many pictures of any other receiver in NFL history do you see regularly getting triple covered at the line of scrimmage?
Exactly.
Answer: none.
It was like those photos of Aaron Donald when he retired. Like once he announced his retirement, they just showed all the triple teams and double teams. That was the same thing, but in wide receiver form, which is just absolutely insane. I know he doesn't have all the longevity and everything like that. And
It
to be honest,
doesn't even matter, though.
If I was him, I would have retired when he did too, because Detroit wasn't getting him any sort of help.
Exactly.
So, I mean, yeah,
This is dope.
Up there. But I love, like I said, I think Detroit should be getting all of their flowers right now, because Detroit, this is the first time they've like really been up there in terms of like actual power rankings and everything in a long ass time.
Oh, their season last season was just so fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
So fun to watch. Week one, they're like, Lions Chiefs, let's see who you are, in Arrowhead, and they win. And you're like, okay, all right. And we've already previously discussed, you and I both agree they were the better team in the NFC Championship, and some very unfortunate mistakes occurred.
Yep.
And it's not like let's make excuses for them. They made mistakes, which is a shame, because I think them versus the Chiefs would have been an unreal Super Bowl. And like the Super Bowl was good. Like I didn't hate watching it as a football game. But you could see the Niners they threw the game away in overtime because completely nobody on that team knew the new rules. No one.
Yep.
That's insane to me. Oh. All right, Bears are on the clock. 10-minute countdown. Here we go. All right. Do you want to do my mock draft for me here?
Yep. Let me bring up the simulator. We'll be using the PFF simulator. Now, I just want to know how you want this set up, because I set it up in different ways just to try some things out. Let me bring this up on the screen here.
All right. All right. I mean, I'm just going to go. If there's a trade, if you're able to make trades happen, I'll let you know you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
can do trades if you want me to do trades, but that's...
Yeah, all right. So, I mean, we know the Bears are taking Caleb Williams. We don't even need to overthink it.
Yep.
Washington's taking Jaden Daniels, in my opinion. Wherever the hell they hit him. All right. New England. I think New England might stay and take Drake May, actually.
Okay.
So I'm going to wing that.
All right.
All right. Arizona. Let me look at that list there. I don't see. All right. You know what?
Based on everybody that has done mock drafts, by the way, not PFF's big board.
Yeah. I would love to think that Arizona would stay and just take Marvin Harrison Jr. I really want to believe that they would maybe do that. However, see, here's the problem: is there's other teams that want QBs, right? But you don't need to go all the way to 4 to get one, in my opinion. But then now with the Chargers apparently and the Giants maybe drafting a QB out of nowhere, you would need to go to 4. So just for the sake of psychoticness, let's make a trade between Arizona and Minnesota, if you could do that. So pick 11 is where they're at, I believe. And they're obviously going to need to send a 2025 round 1. And I would send them also 2025 round 3.
All right.
And then who would Minnesota have that Arizona might want?
I mean, I doubt they'd be trading Jefferson or Addison.
No, I think send 2024 108 and see if it says they're interested now.
Well, it's just basing it off of, it says that only one team would be interested in this pick, and it's Detroit. So I don't know what they're basing.
That's bullshit.
But I can just force the trade. So
yeah, force the trade, and they take JJ McCarthy, obviously.
All right, JJ.
Okay.
Board.
The Chargers take Marvin Harrison Jr. Now they don't need to be insane at all and waste Justin Herbert. New York Giants, I have them taking Adunze, not Malik Neighbors.
All right.
Joe Alt.
Yep.
Falcons, they have weapons already, so they don't need those first two. Can you scroll down a little bit? Let's see. Let's have them take...
They do need
Byron
some line help, and they need some cornerback help.
Let's take Byron Murphy the second here.
All right.
Bears take Neighbors.
That would be a dream.
Jets take Bowers, because I just see that happening. All right, Cardinals...
Things, actually.
Cardinals now still number one need is a wide receiver, so let's scroll down until we see one. I want to see who it is, if anybody.
Pretty sure it's A.D. Mitchell and then Brian Thomas. Or I can just look at wide receiver.
You know what? I'm going to do with the Cardinals? They're going to trade back again. Can you go on the left side there? I want to see who's floating around like 20. The Steelers. Okay, so they're going to go to 19 with the LA Rams.
That these three teams would be interested: the Steelers, Eagles, or Niners. Just based on whatever they're basing it on. I have no idea what it's based on, but
then you know what? Let's do the Brandon Ayuk trade right now. Let's do it.
All right.
So let's go Niners. It'll be 63 and Brandon Ayuk.
411.
Yep. And I think that's actually enough, to be honest.
It says it won't be accepted.
Okay, then send 94.
Then 94.
And then a round 2 from next year. That's crazy.
I think it's asking for more from... Yeah, it's asking for more.
Okay, perfect. That's fine then. Send him next year's round 2 and 35. There you go. Done. Okay.
And 35 and the 2025 round 2 to San Fran, 63-94, and Brandon Ayuk to the Cardinals.
Okay, so then San Fran is now on the clock. They need a tackle and a CB, so let's have them take Quinion Mitchell.
All right.
Denver needs everything in the known entire universe. I think, to be honest, they should just start on defense, because I think I've always agreed defense wins championships, and at this point the QBs are all chalked unless they want to really reach for Bo Nix, but I don't think they're that high on him. I'll have them take Latu here.
All right.
Their championship season, Peyton was amazing, but their defense was unbelievable, and it was because of their edge. The Raiders are going to reach for Bo Nix here, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think he's actually a lot better than the rankings say.
We're going to pause real quick. The pick is in.
Okay.
Goodell is at the podium. Let me listen in. Caleb Williams is officially selected and heading to the Chicago Bears.
All right, the arbitrary viewing of the War Room celebrating. I'm probably a little behind you.
You might be. I'm not sure.
I think I must be, because you said Roger was at the podium. I didn't even see him up there yet, but I'm going to refresh and see if it has it a little more accurately timed here. Yeah, there we go. We're caught up. I don't know what it was doing, but we in there. Is Caleb walking to the podium right now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's going through like the tunnel thing.
Yep. All right, we're good. We're right on the same spot then. Cool.
All right, cool.
All right, we knew this pick. I think it's the most literal no-brainer in the entire draft. Everything else is honestly up in the air, because even the Commanders it's been back and forth if they want Drake May or Jaden Daniels. In my head the whole time, I didn't know why they would take Drake May when they already tried with Sam Howell, who literally was QB1 when Drake May was QB2 before Howell got drafted late. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't know why you try a QB from the same exact college back to back. It just doesn't make sense to me. So, I think they use their brains because they do have some new staff in there. And they'll change this up. All right, so let's go Saints. Let's see. They need O-line. That's one of their big needs. I know that for sure, but I think we'll go Fuaga here. I do think we go Fuaga here.
He's a beast. I like it.
He is a monster. It's actually insane.
If you get Derek Carr some actual blocking, he's not terrible.
All right, Indianapolis is going to follow the Caitlin Clark thing, and they're going to take the Iowa boy here.
All
right. Guard, edge, linebacker, safety. Linebackers never go in the first. Safeties sometimes do, but this class has none that are like insane.
And I mean, the highest linebacker that I've seen is Peyton Wilson.
And he's nuts, to be fair. He's actually like insane, but
yeah, and he's 39 still. So
yeah, so the Eagles probably will trade up for him in the second, if I had to guess. They take edge here. Dallas Turner stops sliding. He's supposed to go earlier than this, but I think we shall see. Guard, edge, DB. Terrion Arnold does not go any further than this. No chance. Bengals one's easy. They're taking Fatanu. It's done. Right. The Rams will take Jerzon Newton because they lost Aaron Donald. They need somebody in the middle again. Easy. Steelers, they need to build that O-line before any of their QBs have a chance to succeed, period. And I think Fashanu's the most polished. So Penn State stays within Pennsylvania, goes a little west, and he's going to fit in real good. Let's see. Miami. Yeah, you know what? Miami has the problem of Tua getting murdered every game, so just take J.C. Latham and protect Tua. For the love of God. Seriously. There is no world in which Jared Verse is still available at 22, but in my reality, he's going to the Eagles, because, come on, bruh.
Especially if you don't have Reddick anymore.
All right, Minnesota they've sat back. They need a QB. His name is Michael Penix Jr., and they're going to get him right here.
All right.
Nice and easy. I really would love it if Dallas didn't draft a wide receiver. I think you and I know damn well that is their skill group that was lacking last year, and now they have a lot of lacking because the running backs are just all gone. But Adonai Mitchell goes here, stays within the state of Texas. Easy scouting for them.
So I thought Green Bay would definitely take offensive line because you have a young quarterback. Like, you might as well, you know?
I'm saying Graham Barton over Amarius Mims.
Okay.
I have seen Mims sliding on every board and consistently, and that's not a great sign, especially when the slide is happening really close to the draft. The Bucs have the biggest list of needs by position that I've ever seen in my life. That is shocking. We're going to take Kool-Aid McKinstry here.
All right.
And then the Cardinals just because I want them to get their wide receiver still in this draft. We'll have Brian Thomas. Bills need
crazy if they come out of this draft with Brandon Ayuk and Brian Thomas.
I know.
But
I think they could do it because it's like I don't hate Kyler Murray. I think he's had the worst O-line in football, if not bottom 5, his whole career so far. And his best weapon ever was an old DeAndre Hopkins and Marquise Brown. He had Christian Kirk, but Christian Kirk isn't like... he's not a true number 1 if you put him on a lot of rosters.
No.
So give him an arsenal, because James Conner, if he stays healthy, is a really, really good back. Love him. All right, so we know the Bills need some... They need a lot now, which is a shame. But I'm going to say they take tackle. Mims stops his slide here.
Okay.
That'll at least give Allen the time to find receivers, even if those receivers aren't as good as what he's previously had. The Detroit Lions will take Nate Wiggins. This is where he belongs. The Ravens...
So I will say, I've seen a lot of mocks.
They're taking Ladd McConkey.
I was just going to say, I see a lot of mocks actually having them take offensive line first round instead of a wide receiver.
That would, well, you know what? That would fit them, wouldn't it?
They need a guard and a tackle because they lost. We talked about it before. They lost Zeitler. So, and the only backup offensive linemen they have are either inexperienced or terrible. Now,
Find me a guard on here.
The first guard is pretty far down, if I remember correctly.
And that's why I'm sitting here going, I don't think they'll do it because
And Haynes.
there's no reason to waste the first round pick on that.
But there is Jordan Morgan, who...
Yeah. You know what? Let's go Jordan Morgan because, he plays it. I know the Pac-12 gets a lot of shit. Oh. Pick is in.
Pick is in. All right, here we go.
This is where everything changes right here.
It's going to be funny if you fuck this up.
There it is.
Jaden Daniels.
There it is.
All right.
See, here is the big truth, is Drake May is either getting picked in the next 3 picks or he is going to slide for a while. That is where we're at. This could be the AA Ron Rodgers of this draft, where he's supposed to go early and he just gets yeeted out of existence. All right, San Fran has picked 31 now.
Yep. Says they need a guard, tackle, or CB.
Take the St. Ristel. What a name. And then the Chiefs are going Troy Franklin.
All right.
This is a weird ass draft and I love it. Can you just leave that tab open so we can come back to this shit later?
Yes, I can.
Can you actually, you know what, even better, are you able to share this to my Insta? Because I'm going to write down all these picks.
Yep, I can download it. And I will send that to you right now. I'm actually going to do this real quick. We talked about having some highlights up, so I'm going to put up some Jaden Daniels highlights as he has the latest pick.
So, okay, and you're updating the slide too. I love that. Yep. This is lit. This is way too fun, dude.
I know.
You know what's really fun about Jaden Daniels too, and everybody does forget this. ESPN is showing this right now, which I think is great. He was the starting QB for Arizona State from 2019 to 2021. They had decent teams then, but obviously their recruiting ability is nowhere near the SEC powerhouse that is LSU.
Right.
This guy drops dimes. He has really good touch. He has a good deep ball, great vision. He can maneuver when he needs to. He's not the easiest tackle, even though he's not a big guy. And he has no fear of just standing in the pocket, which is why he's gone second overall to a team that's in desperate need. And you could see LSU succeed with this guy. There's a reason there's multiple LSU receivers projected to go top 50. That happens because the QB down there is a really, really, really talented guy. And obviously there were 2 schools ahead of them, really, unfortunately, because the SEC is a monster. But this dude deserves his flowers, and he deserves to go at this position, in my opinion. And for the Commanders, they should be stoked. I think this is definitely a guy to build around. Just very intelligent football player. And he uses that in every aspect of his game. He doesn't really make stupid mistakes. So, great pick.
And I mean, Jaden Daniels is essentially what Washington was hoping they were going to get with RG3. Obviously not like 1-for-1 comparison, but...
And truth be told, RG3 could have been that, but his knees got obliterated, which is a shame.
Exactly. Which is always the risk with running quarterbacks. That's always what people talk about. They don't have the same longevity and everything, but there's still plenty of quarterbacks that can run that still play pretty long time. So
New England, pick is in.
Already?
It says pick is in. I don't see a clock running. They're not going fucking anywhere unless the The guy controlling the interface here is jumping the gun. Maybe let's take a look. It's going to be a minute, obviously, because they got to do the whole interview, so we got time. But
right. I'm going to bring up Twitter on my end too, because a lot of times.
Oh yeah, I have Adam Schefter open.
Shit like that. So
I just have Adam Schefter's open because I know he's going to have the juice.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Adam Schefter's most recent tweet. One source said there is 0 chance the Patriots trade the number 3 overall. They will stick and take their QB of the future. So,
I actually just saw who's going to be the 3rd pick on Twitter.
Are you surprised by it, or is it like?
I'm not surprised by it.
Is it Drake May?
It is Drake May.
Okay.
Drake May will be selected by the New England.
Let me be honest here, right? Because let's just look at the New England Patriots track record.
Right.
Their worst QB season in my lifetime was Cam Newton. Okay? So it makes sense to me. Like, say Jaden Daniels was still on the board somehow, right?
Right.
He doesn't, in my, and this is stupid because it shouldn't be this way. He doesn't fit a New England Patriots uniform. He just does. To me, he doesn't. And Boston is notorious for being like, and I'm going to get shit for this. They're really notorious even from past players for being a really racist city.
They are.
Like, they just
plain and simple.
It's just big facts, and they need to move on from that shit. It makes way more sense to me that they're going to take a guy like Drake May. Right. It just does. And it's a shame that that's like a logical conclusion to come to, but oh, there's the jingle. Let's hear Roger.
Drake May it is.
Yep. It's a smart pick.
It is. There's nothing wrong with that pick at all.
At all. But here's what I'll say. I like this guy. I do. He makes plays happen. Even that one in that highlight video, he is jumping backwards and drops a dime. I love his ability to stand in the pocket and everything. And there are some NFL comps for this guy that are actually like Jalen Hurts because he does run the ball a lot. But he doesn't have the physicality. He plays in a conference that is just not as talented. And I know that shouldn't matter, but sometimes it does. Because a lot of these throws are going to be against CBs who you will never hear their name again.
Right.
Like, genuinely, I wish UNC had played Bama. I wish they had played against, like, Washington. Just, you know what I mean? Or even Iowa. Give me a game with UNC against Iowa, because Iowa can't score for shit, but their defenses are always good. So let me see that in college to know that this guy is going to make good reads, good throws, and good audibles and checkdowns against teams with defenses that are actually competent. Like,
I will say, usually in the ACC, defenses that are pretty competent is if he did it against teams like Clemson, Florida State. Pitt usually has a good defense, but their offense is usually the thing that is the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Very reminiscent of the Steelers right now. And so if you're seeing him do it against teams like that, which, to be honest, I didn't watch his entire season or last season.
His Clemson game was good. I'll say that.
Okay. And
they obviously have a first-round potential receiver in Nate Wiggins. So he's going to, you know what I mean? But it's like, I want to see what his catch-to-target or reception ratio was against him.
Right.
When you had a number 1 CB in primary coverage on your receiver that you were throwing to, how did you do?
Right.
Because even this highlight right here was against Pitt. That's the tight end, and that dude was open as hell. And I love Pitt U. They were not good this past season, which is a shame. I like when they are a lot better. And obviously they've produced some Hall of Famers.
Right.
Pitt produces. Dan Marino, LaShawn McCoy, Aaron Donald. I'm forgetting. I know you love Kenny Pickett. One was in my head and he's gone. Darrell, yeah. Like there's some dogs that come out of Pitt. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they got a lot.
Patriots first round QBs in their history.
Arizona is not trading their pick.
I forgot that the Patriots drafted Jim Plunkett, because Jim Plunkett is best known with the Raiders for sure. That's crazy. I
didn't realize that either.
My dad is the biggest Raiders fan I've ever met in my life. I'm actually going to go grab something that I bought for him. Mm-hmm. I'll be right back, because it would be a nice touch to have in here for this. Give me 1 minute.
Yep, go for it. I'm actually going to bring up something. I was looking at Pro Football Focus. They have a little like draft guide PDF, which has been very helpful for anybody that, you might not follow everything college all the time. And they have a lot of everything for each position and so on and so forth. So
I need to see where my camera is, that I can just have this thing sat here in a way that makes it nice and visible and beautiful. Oh, yeah.
Is that a Raiders helmet? Oh, that's nice.
All right. Signed by, in my opinion, the greatest white receiver in football history, Fred Biletnikoff. You can see the signature. Let me move. There you go.
There it is. That's crazy.
Yeah, this was a birthday present one year, because I was just like, he loves the Raiders, like loves. He's like he grew up all in Delaware County. He's lived in Delaware County his entire life, so he's literally Eagles territory forever. 1980 Super Bowl, he cheered for the Raiders.
Okay.
Like, that's the level. So, like, he loves the Eagles. We'll always cheer for the Eagles, but the Raiders have a special place. So, we'll get that in here, because that's as nice a thing football-wise as I own, as I've ever spent money on in this house, for sure.
The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay. It's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr., right?
I would hope so.
It's got to be.
Yep. Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay.
We will be heading to Arizona. Let's update that now.
All right. So
far, everything's been going pretty chalk right now.
Yeah. These were the picks if no one moved or no one did anything. Which is fine, because these teams are addressing their biggest needs. Now we come to the Chargers, where there's been some rumors swirling recently, and I am really curious to see what they're going to do here.
Yes.
Because
they had a pretty much overhaul of their whole strategy and coaching, everything. So it could be a complete difference from what anyone would have originally expected. I want to point out real quick, by the way, I like the speed of the way that the first round's going right now.
Yeah, this is usually
is a lot slower.
Yes.
So I will say that. But let me bring up, I'm sure nobody really needs to see Marvin Harrison Jr. highlights, because
but we'll watch him anyway, because he's insane.
Exactly. I'm going to bring him up anyway. It doesn't matter. But
what Twitters are you on to get updates?
I was just... So there's an NFL beat reporters Twitter list that I use it for when I'm writing news and things like that. So I can actually send that to you right now.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, it's a literally every beat reporter, national reporter, all that. Just
okay.
Over Instagram there. And I'm working on grabbing the NFL draft jingle so we can play it over the stream when somebody is picked. Oh, I didn't even bring up the Marvin Harrison Jr. highlights. I have so many tabs open.
See, I'm all right. Somebody just tweeted on that list you just sent to me.
Uh-huh.
Blitzberg just tweeted Chargers select Malik Neighbors with the 5th pick, but the pick is not in yet. So I don't really want to trust that at all.
Right.
And to be honest, this is the longest the clock has run in a while.
True.
Like, the Patriots pick was in when Daniels was walking out onto the damn stage. Like, they were locked and loaded and ready. So I'm still very curious because I do think the Chargers have the potential to shock everybody right now.
Oh, 1,000%. There's a lot
and
of things that happen.
They should not do it. However, because I'm still, like, I will be high on Justin Herbert until that man retires. That guy, he's such a good QB. I don't care.
Oh, he's great. There's
He's
no way
in-
you could be moving him at all.
He's in such an insane... I mean, he's in a division from hell because the Chiefs are the Chiefs. Like, and now they have to rebuild their entire offense around him because they just dumped everybody, which is just is an insane offseason to witness. Like Eckler and Williams and Keenan Allen all in one offseason. Like, woohoo, bud. So this is one of those, it's like, take the best guy available because, like, this is a year's worth of, like, rearming.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Oh,
here we go.
The
Chargers
are just in such an interesting spot because, like, their offense should have been way better than it was last season.
Oh, this is badass.
Was god awful. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Harris Johnson Jr., who the Cardinals took in the first round out of Ohio State last year, the big O lineman, posted a picture on Twitter of him holding up Marvin Harrison Jr. Dirty Dancing style and just said, "It's go time."
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Love
that.
Chargers.
That's
got 2
awesome.
minutes on the clock here, so they're taking a while.
Somebody, all right, Rich Committee. Now it gets interesting. Do the Harbaughs go wide receiver, offensive tackle, best available Michigan player, not named McCarthy, or trade out? Oh man, that's great. All right, it's still no pick is in. This clock is just running. And then this Blitzberg dude is just tweeting shit, and I don't know who the fuck it is. He's just like, I'm shocked by Giants pick, still confirming. How would you know the Giants pick already? How could you know that?
Unless this guy has some crazy...
No, this dude has a skeleton key, and he has freaking cameras in all these rooms, man. He's hacked in.
Rappaport and Schefter both said Chargers are not trading. They are keeping their pick.
Okay. Yep.
So,
There it is.
the pick is in?
Is it? No, but I mean, I refreshed to see Schefter's. I need Rappaport's up. He's another good source. I like him.
Yeah. They're both in the beat reporter list too, so...
Yeah, I just want to have them, like, I do want to have... I had Schefter open separate already.
Right.
So...
Oh, there's an ad playing on the highlights.
Oh, that's painful.
Adception. Alright, we're going to stop those highlights because...
Apparently, the Rappaport's saying the Patriots had really big trade offers in place that they could have taken and decided they really like Drake May that much that they're ready to take the risk.
All right. I'm seeing some tweets that the Chargers pick is not who we believed.
Oh boy.
I'm not going to say it until the pick is actually in. And it says the pick is in, but we are on commercial on the actual draft. So I'm going to wait here until this gets actually announced. But if it is what all these people are doing, that's interesting.
Oh, this changes the entire draft if this is true.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Because it's... Look, here's the truth. If what these are saying is true, we won't say the name.
We'll say that it's going to come up in a bit.
Exactly. If they did this, I don't despise it because he is incredibly good at a position that is desperately needed by any team that wants to succeed in the NFL.
Right.
But I'll own this. They are probably not done on day one, and they will probably try to make something happen.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
To get back up in this round and maybe select somebody, or I will look up the full second round draft order and see where they're picking in the second. I'm assuming it's probably like 36.
I think it's pretty high.
That would be the only thing in my mind that would allow them to select this player that we are potentially seeing here. Yeah, they're picking at 37. So if there's another, like a receiver then that they're like in love with, then maybe, yeah.
Schefter's reporting on the broadcast that they actually turned down multiple offers for Justin Herbert. I didn't hear what they said, but there were offers for Herbert.
Holy. I mean, let's be real, right? Oh.
The pick is in. Adele is coming up.
I'm hearing jangles.
Let's see what he says. The Chargers select Joe Alt from Notre Dame.
Wow.
The exact thing that nobody was saying.
Holy smokes. Dude, that, like... I love it for Justin Herbert because this guy is an absolute unit at tackle, and he will be so much safer, but he has nobody to throw the ball to right now.
Nobody.
Like, he's got... Yeah, and he's got...
I think is the number one.
This is crazy. Oh my god, dude. And now the Giants are going to take J.J. McCarthy. It's coming. It's coming.
I don't think I realized that Joe Alt is almost 6'9".
He's a monster, bro.
He is.
He's a monster.
Damn.
Like, when you say this man is a unit, he is literally listed as 6'9", 321. He is enormous.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
Like, I mean, literally, he will look eye to eye with LeBron James and outweigh him by like 70 pounds. That's how big this man is. And he's about to play in the NFL and not the NBA.
Literally.
Bruv. Holy crap. Okay. We needed something. We needed a pick to just shake the draft, and the draft just got shook. Because the Titans right now are going, fuck you to LA. So hard.
Literally every mock draft had Tennessee taking Joe Alt.
Yeah, because it was just the obvious need for them, and the Chargers, given that they got rid of every offensive weapon, this was not their like most glaring need. It was a need. It's not like out of nowhere.
Right.
However, if I go to their depth chart right now, they have 4 receivers on the roster. That's it. Like, for their right wide receiver, there is no number 2. For their slot wide receiver, there is number 2. It's Quentin Johnston, Josh Palmer, Darius Davis, and Simi Fehoko, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who else. I mean, they're obviously drafting somebody. Whether it's at that pick in the second round, you probably have somebody like Ladd McConkey, or you might even have, like, depending on where like A.D. Mitchell and Brian Thomas go. There's also what's his name? There's the guy we were just talking about from Troy Franklin. He might be around there at that point. So there could be some guys that you could throw in there, but the likelihood that they're going to be a top guy or even a number one guy is just not very likely at all. A lot less likely if you were to just get Malik Neighbors. That's for sure.
Okay. It looks like the Giants are going weapon here.
Are they? Oh, it says the pick is in, but we're still doing all the aerial views and everything like that at the moment.
This is what makes the draft take a minute, is because they got it, like for each player, they got to do the pomp and circumstance and the video and the analysis, and then you'll move on. But then you do have the teams like the Chargers just did. They took the whole clock.
Right.
They really did. So, but the Giants, from everything I'm seeing, 3 different sources, it looks like it's not going to be a QB, but we will obviously wait to see the official because that's really what matters.
There's apparently a lot of people that know these picks way beforehand.
I kind of don't even want to have the Twitters open. I'm going to be honest. I usually do them for the trade details. Right. I'd rather be surprised. So if you want to join me in that,
I can. I'll look at them like.
I'm keeping Schefter. I'm keeping Schefter because he'll have the trade deets better than anybody. If there are trades, he obviously had the tweet. He said, in recent weeks, both the Patriots and Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert. The answer was very quickly a flat no. So, yeah.
Malik Neighbors is headed to the New York Giants.
That's a pick that makes sense to me. I know Daniel Jones is not your guy, but if you don't really feel like your guy is in this draft, then you draft weapons for whoever your guy is in a future draft. I think LSU has just produced good receiver after good receiver after good receiver in recent years, so this is a reliable pedigree to draw from. Like we know what the Giants are right now. We know what they are. They're the 4th or 3rd team in a division that has 2 very clear favorites.
Yep. That
have obviously been going back and forth in the Eagles and the Cowboys. But you got to start building somewhere, and Malik Neighbors is definitely a really good building block to set in a foundation for the future.
Mm-hmm.
You see who he had at QB. You see the conference he plays in. The CBs he's playing against, and this guy makes contested catches, good sideline catches, runs great routes, has really good hands, and his 1-2 moves and everything are like perfection.
There has been multiple people that I've seen that have actually had him ranked above Marvin Harrison Jr. Just throwing that out there. Not that I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm not saying that I have him ranked up there, but that's what some people have.
I think you know what
it's actually a couple people like that are pretty well respected with their football analysis and opinions.
Yeah. See, here's what I'll say. I think Malik Neighbors has better footwork than Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay.
I think his feet dance. Like his ability to create space quickly because his feet are so quick is elite.
Yep.
And it's just going to be a matter of the route tree that the Giants come up with to allow him to flourish. And it is another case of you will pick your preference. Some teams always go Big Ten for players. Some teams always go SEC. And I think just the Giants were really intelligent here because Odell Beckham Jr. was great for them for those first years. LSU. Why not like dip in that pool again? And then you look at the last 2 years, they're obviously showing Jamar Chase, but you had J. Jeff before him. All they do is create good receivers, and the fact is 2 LSU receivers might go first round this year.
True.
It probably will. I don't see any universe where Brian Thomas falls to the second. No way. Because the Ravens need a receiver bad. Like, they would never let him pass, and they're like the last bastion. You know what I mean? Like the last bastion.
Right.
So,
I deleted. I downloaded the PFF NFL Draft Guide, which has all sorts of ratings and all sorts of analysis and everything like that. And this is what they have for Neighbors. So they graded a bunch of traits out of 10. Route running, they have 9. Vertical ability, long speed, 9. Release footwork, 9. Hands, 8. COD acceleration. I'm assuming that means, I don't even know. I'm not even going to assume because it's probably going to sound dumb. But acceleration, 10. Flexibility, 9. Run after catch / contact, 9. Competitive toughness, 8. And the lowest one is play strength / blocking, which is a 6. But like,
and he's an outside receiver.
Exactly.
That is like, you're going to, say on run plays, right? Or the play action will be massive for him. But on running plays, you will have him run a full route across the middle to absolutely bait at least one defender. You will have him do that.
Yep.
Because he will be so quick to cut in, and one of those secondary players will have to pay attention to him. And if the Giants are smart with the way they set up their plays, you will be able to take advantage of so much open space on these RPOs. Like, and you need to get Daniel Jones to adapt, or you need to move on from him. So that's where this is going to go. And this is a really good pick for them.
By the way, player comp they have is Antonio Brown, minus the CTE.
But, I mean, how good, literally, though? Like, if you think about Antonio Brown in his prime, he was, for like 3 years straight, the scariest receiver in the NFL.
He was probably the best receiver in the NFL.
Yeah. Everything he did was good. He had elite speed, unbelievable hands and footwork. His route running was always perfect until Vontaze Burfict killed him. That was the hit that killed him. That's the hit that literally ruined his life, was Vontaze Burfict in that playoff game. Period.
Yep.
He murdered him.
So I will say they have this thing called 2023 Stable Metrics, and this.
Can you email me that thing you downloaded? Is that a thing that's possible in this world? The PFF guide?
It's 1,000 pages, so it might
be too fucking husky. All right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Does Instagram messages let you attach a file?
Let's find out.
I only see images.
Yeah, it's probably just images.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, you know what I can do? Do you have like Google Drive?
Yeah, hold on. Let me
how do I
let me just log in. Well, because I have a Google account for like everything, so I'm sure I can send you my like Google email on Insta, and maybe that's how we can share it. So if this is my...
Alright, I'm uploading it to my Google Drive, and then I'll just send you like the share link, and we'll see if you can check it out.
Okay, I just sent my email on Insta.
Okay. So the 2020 the stable metrics they have this is their description for it. It says stable metrics tend to be more predictive of future success than unstable metrics. The most stable facets of quarterback play are those with the biggest sample sizes, even though they intuitively seem, quote, easier. Unstable metrics are more volatile when it comes to projecting quarterback play, as results tend to vary from year to year. So they have 5 different stable metrics, and it's yards per route run, separation percent versus single coverage, open target percent, receiving grade versus zone coverage, and receiving grade versus single coverage. So he's at 97 in yards per route run. This is out of 100, by the way. And it's like the percentile rank. So he's in the 97th percentile in yards per route run, 100th percentile in receiving grade versus single coverage, 93rd in receiving grade versus zone coverage, 64th in open target percentage, and 58th in separation percentage versus single coverage.
Okay. That's a lot.
He's not even like all of these times, he's like, it's not like he's just getting open passes and like, he's obviously turning that into stuff. He's covered a lot of this time and cashing in a 100th percentile for receiving grade versus single coverage. That's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah, I agree with the assessment. Did you send the link to the share thing?
It finally uploaded.
Oh, lit.
It took a while.
It's a big-ass document.
Yeah. I'm just going to send you the link over Insta, and we'll see if it lets you click it. So I just sent that. But yeah, it literally has every single player. And like...
I clicked request access, and then maybe it's asking you for access. J.C. Latham to the Titans, offensive tackle, Alabama.
Oh, wow. J.C. Latham. Okay. Well, everyone they were going with a
tackle.
So since Joe Alt was off the board, J.C. Latham.
Can you check your Google email?
No. It says access updated.
We in there, baby. Download anyway. Let's fucking go, bro.
All right, so...
All right, I have the goods. Let's go.
J.C. Latham to Tennessee.
All right, here we go. Okay. Oh my god, this table of contents is the size of my Johnson. This is crazy.
It's insane. It's legit insane.
Holy shit. Can you control F to find a fucking thing?
Oh yeah, that's what I do.
Holy shit. I need a real PFF viewer is what I need, because oh my gosh. Yeah, because I can't open it in that. Hold on. Is there an open with and I can do this on something that makes fucking sense?
It should let you do that or download.
Yeah, I downloaded it, but it wants to open it in the internet instead of Adobe.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, hold on. I need to PDF reader download.
By the way, it is already halftime in Sixers Knicks, and the Sixers are down. Yet again.
Shocker!
They are not shooting very well. They're kind of getting pushed around a little bit. It's 58-55, so it's not like it's anything terrible. Jalen Brunson has finally come to play. He has 17 points in the first half, but Josh Hart only has 5. Hartenstein has 8. DiVincenzo only has 5. McBride only has 5. So these other guys that were hitting all sorts of crazy shots in New York are not hitting those shots anymore. So that's the good part.
I'm sorry. I'm so happy on this fucking thing. You can just click on the dude's name in the table of contents and it goes to it.
Oh yeah, it's a very nice PDF. PFF did their thing on that one.
I was gonna fucking cry, son. Trust.
Yeah,
my god,
really did a good job on that. I gotta give it to them on that one.
Okay, so if we look at tackles on the big board.
Yes.
Okay, I mean here's the honest truth. If PFF's right, okay, and the big board is a thing that you can look at and really get an idea.
Right.
This is a reach. It was going to be a reach. It was going to be a reach anyway, but there were smaller reaches. They have Fuaga, Fatanu, and Fashanu, who all somehow have the same fucking name, ranked ahead of him. I just realized that too. It just clicked in my head. You literally have Fatanu, Fashanu, and Fuaga. Come on, bro. But even grade wise, right? So Alt had a 90.7 season grade, which put him second out of 628 tackles in the country. Fuaga was fourth, barely behind him. And then it is a long fall after that. Fatanu is 50th, Fashanu's 27th, and JC Latham is 17th, which is like, it doesn't seem like much, but the grade difference was like 7 points. It was a B- to like an almost A-. Right. Like, and I know Latham will, he went to Bama. They make really good, that's what they do. They make really good linemen, and they make really good D linemen. Like, I get it. Obviously, the Eagles have gone to that well with Landon Dickerson, and he's still here. But Fuaga on tape was just, he's 334 pounds at 6'6".
Jesus.
And I know like Latham weighs that much, but the speed difference was like shocking. And that's the biggest difference, and that's why I am a little surprised. Right. But Latham, it's like you drafted an offensive tackle out of Alabama, he's probably going to be okay.
True.
Truth be told, like he'll probably be okay, but
he's like his floor is still pretty high, but his ceiling isn't high.
Falcons pick is in.
We are waiting for the commish
to walk his ass out there. So let me go to edge rushers because that's my guess here, or interior.
It has to be defensive line. I don't see them going somewhere.
Here he comes. Here he comes to fuck your day.
Michael Penix?
Holy fucking shit, Atlanta! Oh my god! Holy shit! Holy shit, Atlanta!
Wait!
No, look. I'm gonna roll with this because I fucking love this guy. I told you I think he's gonna go high. I didn't think it would be fucking here, but here we go. I'm gonna run on this. This makes so much sense to me for two reasons. Kirk Cousins is old as shit, but he's good. So here's your logic, right? I'm just gonna go through it. Kirk Cousins comes in. You get a chance to get Kyle Pitts, Bijan, and Drake London to a point where they are all confident in themselves with a competitive, true number one QB in the NFL.
True.
And you give them the chance, and especially this year, right? They're the best team in that division now, in my opinion. 100%. We said they needed to address defense. I totally understand that. But I think they literally have they're at a point in that division right now. They can outscore everybody in that division, win all 6 divisional games. If everybody stays healthy, I think they literally go 6 for 6. So you have 6 wins right there. You can get in the playoffs. You're going for playoff experience for your young, incredibly young weapons that you have. And then you bring in Michael Penix, who is a pocket rifleman, to sit behind Kirk Cousins for a couple years, who is also a pocket rifleman. This is literally Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love. That's what this is. 100%. Because Penix does have mobility. He's a really strong guy, but his arm is insane. He has easily the biggest arm in this draft by a significant margin. Like he makes throws like Michael Vick used to, where it looks like his arm didn't even move, and the thing goes 60 yards right to a guy. And you're like, how the fuck is that physically possible? This is a crazy pick. Like, I'm not going to understate this. Nobody on earth had Michael Penix going to the Falcons.
No.
But I absolutely understand it because you have a full offensive group that is young.
Right.
And then your QB's old. And this draft class is insanely loaded. And I said this repeatedly. I am so high on Michael Penix. I think he's so much better than the ratings have been giving him credit for. There's no way Adunze is gonna projected to go top 10 if Penix isn't as good as he is. It's that simple. And you could say, oh, either way. Penix has played in college. He played a full 4 years. I like the pick. I shouldn't like it, but I do. I should hate it. Because it's crazy. Because you would think you wanted edge, you wanted D line. You might want a corner. You want to make sure that you have a balanced team where the defense is going to be able to play as well as your offense is expected to. But I think this is they valued Penix enough to go, we think he's our future after Cousins. If you're Penix right now, you have to feel so stoked that a team believes in you that much.
Agreed.
Genuinely.
You have to feel excited. And I will say, so on PFF's grades by facet, so these are ranks out of 165 qualifying quarterbacks from last season. Passing grade, he was a 90.5, which ranked 6th. Intermediate grade, 90.9, which ranks 16th. Deep passing grade, 93.5, which ranks tied for 13th. 92.2 in a no pressure grade, which ranks tied for 6th. And 65.3 on a pressure grade, which ranks tied for 12th. So his grades were up there. When you look at his target heat map, there was a lot kind of in the short range in the middle of the field, and then mid-range on the outside of the numbers. The deep balls were I wouldn't say they were really the highest
pick us in
of his throws, but there was a lot to be excited about.
Okay. Caleb Williams has his weapon. Rome Odunze to the Bears.
Odunze goes to the Bears. Their pick went in pretty fast too.
Oh, they knew. I think as soon as Atlanta did that, it was just like, all right, Odunze's still here. Because the Chargers did the shakeup.
Yep.
The Chargers fucked the whole thing for everybody because it was literally everyone had them taking Odunze if Harrison was gone, which if Arizona stayed was going to happen. And then Joe Alt being gone for Tennessee meant they were going to have to reach for a different tackle because they need one. So those two were just set. And then Odunze just falls into the Bears' lap. They've already been working out. Actually, I just saw this yesterday.
New York Jets trade their pick to Minnesota.
That's one spot. All right, they're jumping.
Is now on the clock. They
jumped one spot to make sure Denver did not jump one spot, which means they probably sent the Jets a lot for this. I'm going to be honest.
Whoa!
They're picking 10th and 11th if that's accurate. Hold up.
I'm going to try and figure out.
I'm researching.
Here it is.
Same.
Here it is. Jets get 11 and 129 and 157.
Okay.
The Vikings get 10 and 203.
Bro, someone just said what I said on Twitter, literally. Kirk Cousins, $90 million guaranteed from the Falcons, 2-year deal, salaries guaranteed. On EPT, we tried to identify the potential Jordan Love team.
Okay.
It's literally, as soon as they made that pick, that was the first analogy that came to mind. Because Jordan Love he showed me so much last year. So if Penix can just learn from Cousins, and I don't care who criticizes Cousins, he is a good quarterback. He just is.
Right.
He just is. And even looking at PFF's, the thing you sent me for Penix, yep. One of the, unanimous, almost, I'll say agreements for him, his field mobility is a 3 out of 10. I agree. Right. His footwork is a 4 out of 10. I agree. He's not trying to run. He has great poise, great decision making. His velocity is a 9. His distance is a 10. So you give him Drake London and Kyle Pitts. That's what you're giving him right now. And let me just confirm the rest of their depth chart to see. Oh, and they signed Rondale Moore, who burns the out of the field.
Yep. That
is perfect for him. And then you signed Darnell Mooney too. So you'll give him preseason reps, maybe a chance to throw to these guys a little bit. If Cousins gets hurt, obviously he'll come in then. But practice after practice after practice every single week, he's going to get to build rapport with these guys. And then when he comes in, you know what I mean? This makes so much sense for them. This is one of the smarter picks I've seen because they're really looking to the future rather than trying to win now.
I also want to point out, we don't know what Kirk Cousins is going to look like after a big Achilles injury.
Exactly.
And the age that he's at, with as big of an injury as that is, That is a huge question mark. So it was already surprising that Atlanta gave him the kind of money they gave him. So now you're at least shoring up your bet on Kirk Cousins by saying, hey, if he doesn't work out, well, now we have this guy that we just drafted, and we're going to have him for years to come. But it was learn the IQ, the veteranship, and all that kind of stuff from Kirk as he works on his game.
And it's even more brilliant, right? Because this is one of the Eagles' things they did for years. If you didn't have a backup, just draft a QB. I know he's a first-round pick. He's going to get paid more than most guys you would like want to pay as a backup, maybe right off rip. However, Cousins' deal is only 2 years, guaranteed money. So if you need to move on from him, it's possible when you have to.
Right.
Like, they didn't overdo it with the guarantees, so it's not like they're ruining their salary cap if they decide that he's not the guy.
Very true.
Like, sooner than the end, or if injuries just hamper his career. So it's actually pretty safe. It's a crazy thing to do at number 8, but if you love him that much,
you might as well go for him.
Yeah, and he'll play his ass off for you now.
Exactly.
Like, you gave him all the respect and appreciation for his talents in the world to draft him that high. He will play his ass off for you. And that's awesome.
I want to just point out, so Odunze going to Chicago in PFF's big draft guide, they have him comped as a supersized Chris Olave, which, I mean, that's exciting if you're a Bears fan. This guy is 6'3", 212 pounds. And out of 10, they have his route running as a 9, vertical ability as a 8, release footwork 8, hands 8, acceleration 8, flexibility 9, run after catch contact is a 6, play strength blocking 9, competitive toughness 10. So, I mean, this guy is seriously good. And a lot of people have said this top 3 receiving group could be one of the best, trio of receivers in a draft in a long, long time.
Oh, they're all of them are gifted, genuinely gifted talents, which is it is rare. Usually you have a draft where there's some clear guys, right? So the Eagles draft Devontae Smith, the Dolphins got Jalen Waddle. Right. And you're looking at that they're both guys, and we know it. Because in huge moments they always came up big. Smith obviously catching the literal overtime game winner in the Natty to beat Georgia that year.
Yep.
It does not literally get bigger than that. And then Waddle, with barring injury, would have been... I mean, he was drafted higher for a reason. I think his intangibles were just special. Sure. And the Dolphins took that risk, even with the injury, knowing, this guy is a special talent. And then the Eagles trade up to get Smith. It's you have 2 dudes at the same school who warranted a top 10 pick, and they've both proven why.
Right.
That class didn't miss, which is great. That's why I love the draft, is because you want it. It's so fun to do this, and then in the first couple seasons really analyze, did teams swing for the fences and miss bad, or did they swing for the fences and hit it so much further than they ever thought they could?
Right. I agree. It's interesting. I mean, I honestly didn't see after we hit the Chargers, I didn't see any of these picks happening.
No, well, the Bears taking Odunze, I could fully... I think I picked that in that draft we literally just did, but, I wanted them to take a tackle, but...
Yeah, Odunze makes sense.
And they actually...
If he was there, they should take it.
They've been... I get it. They had been working out together, too.
Oh, okay.
Caleb Williams and Odunze had literally been working out together, all offseason, so they already have chemistry. It makes so much sense because it's it's the best quarterback in the class, and then what some people do argue, the best receiver. Why would you not if you're the Bears? You're trying to change what your franchise is viewed as. These are 2 picks that can absolutely do that if you build around them. Odunze will need the help, and then obviously Williams needs protection. Here we go. We're going to have one of those full intros of an organization, so this might be a minute.
Yep. Probably will take a minute. It looks like it says Teams for Taps, so it sounds like they're probably a military organization. So
I'm curious.
Out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Army Sergeant. Yeah. The Ewing family, Taps family from Minnesota. Wow, this is sad.
Hold up. Well, we'll hold the Vikings up for this.
That's a great throwback. Oh, that's awesome. He gets to present the pick for his uncle.
Come on, buddy.
Minnesota Vikings.
Bring it home. He's too scared.
JJ McCarthy.
Sheesh.
So McCarthy goes from Michigan to Minnesota.
That's got to be painful to get drafted to a rival in Detroit when you went to Michigan. That's got to feel weird. This is like the reverse Aiden Hutchinson right here. All right. I mean, we knew he was going to go. He was going to be the fourth quarterback, and Atlanta said, "Hold up." But I think this is the most logical pick that the Minnesota Vikings could have made in this draft, 100,000%. They had no bigger need after Kirk Cousins left. JJ McCarthy has proven that he knows how to win. Just win. He's a solid player. Let me get up the PFF stuff for good old JJ here. Let's take a look and see his. Okay, he's got some high grades. All right, I'll rattle these off if you're cool.
Yeah.
I'll start from the bottom because I think throwing mechanics is so much more important than people want to give credit to. Your throwing motion has to be quick, concise, and tough for defenders rushing you to stop. He got a 9 on that. His footwork is a 10 out of 10.
Dang.
10 out of 10 footwork. That is, you look at a quarterback, right, and you're worried about his arm. I get that. Patrick Mahomes, great arm, but his magic comes from his ability to move and create plays. Having great footwork is a great start as a rookie to come in because you might try and force some plays. We don't want to see that, but field mobility is a 7, so it's not just footwork. He can move. Progressions is a 6. We'll need to see that move up. We need to get that to like an 8 in the NFL. You got to be able to look through your guys quickly and decide who's getting the ball. Would need that 100%. But his distance is an 8. Velocity is an 8. Touch and accuracy is an 8. Poise is an 8. Clean accuracy, which means he has no pressure at all, is a 9. Excellent. Because if your accuracy in a clean pocket's bad, then you're just not meant for the NFL. That's just the truth. So a 9 is fantastic. 7 decision making, I think that comes down to your progressions. Progressions and decision making come down, literally work hand in hand. Because your progressions is your play is designed to go to the X receiver. If he's covered, you got to be able to look at the next guy instantly without giving it away. He can do all this. He's 6'3", he's 219, he's not undersized. He'll fit here perfectly too. Because what a blessing, right? You're JJ McCarthy. You go from the national champion Michigan Wolverines to a team that literally has Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. Are you joking?
That was always the biggest question here for Minnesota was you have Justin Jefferson, you have Addison, you have Hawkinson. Who's going to get them the ball? And even, yes, they still have question marks at running back too, but
they don't though, because they signed Aaron Jones. Like, they're ready to go, bro. They're like,
true, but Aaron Jones has some question marks.
If he if Aaron Jones stays healthy, that dude is easily a number 1 running back.
Oh, but he has proven to be a number 1, and it's injuries though, yeah. but injuries and age at this point. So that's my main question there. But
I still criticize Green Bay for moving on from him for Josh Jacobs. I understand the age thing.
True.
But Jones last season was very good when he was on the field. Like it.
I mean, I still like Josh Jacobs a lot.
Oh, I love. Are you kidding me? I love that man.
I don't think it's like terrible thing. But
no, I think it was more intelligent because Love and Jacobs are really similar age. So you have your 1-2 in the backfield. That, you know what I mean? Like they're going to be together a while is the goal, and I makes sense. Oh, pick is in.
Oh, let's see.
It's Brock Bowers, right?
No, it is not.
Oh, all right. No, I'm not mad.
Fashanu is heading to the New York Jets with pick number 11.
You know who's big mad right now is Zach Wilson. They're like, you couldn't draft me a fucking O-lineman? You couldn't draft me a fucking all right, thank you. And they send him to Denver, which is basically the abyss. We know this. Speaking of which, they pick next. That's great. All right, congratulations to Penn State alum Olumuyiwa Fashanu. I can read that now. I've looked at it a million times. This guy's a really good tackle.
State, congrats.
Really, really good tackle. I think he's the second. I think he was. I'll say the third. I think he should have been the third, like tackle, and here we are. I think Fuaga's getting really.
Shouldn't have been the second.
Exactly. Like I think Fuaga should have been the second.
Yeah.
Latham should still be chilling in that shit, like waiting for his fucking phone call. I think Fashanu went at the right spot. Top. Big shot just get made.
Yeah, Sixers are up 10 with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the third.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what I have on my iPad because I told you I'm a hockey freak. This is Zuz.tv. You can watch literally any game on this shit.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, see at the top where it says NHL, tennis, NBA, NFL, everything.
Yeah,
this shit's good. It's $25 a month, and I'm like, I can watch any fucking sport. Are you joking?
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah,
I have YouTube TV, so I just have both tabs up with both of the channels on. But no one's going to complain about the Jets getting offensive line help, especially when you're relying on an old-ass Aaron Rodgers coming off
an Achilles detonation, which somehow he has miraculously healed from already. Like, he's healed. He's good. Whatever doctor he found, that dude is a wizard, and he needs to be researched immediately. I'm hoping Cousins went there, too. You know what I mean? Like,
I would hope so.
I really would hope that he would call his former division mate and be like, "Where'd you go, bud? Thank you. Cool."
Can you just give me a recommendation?
There's like no excitement for me in an O-line pick except for the fact that it's one of those picks that just makes sense. It's an Eagles staple. Like,
right.
I saw they showed today, FanDuel did on one of their Facebook posts. So like the 2013 draft was a disaster. The only good pick, number 4, Lane Johnson. Like, do you remember the top 10 of the 13 draft? It is an atrocity.
I don't remember, but I remember it being bad.
I will read this to you, and you will understand immediately what I'm saying. All right, you ready for this shit? Because you know who else was in 2013? Travis Kelce. But he got drafted way late. But I
usually don't get drafted that early.
Nah, but I have a stack of his rookie cards.
Oh, that's nice.
All right, you ready for this? Because this top 10 is top 15 is a joke. Number 1, Eric Fisher. He's a 2-time Pro Bowler, but he hasn't been in the Pro Bowl since like 2016. Like,
right.
He ain't good no more. Luke Joeckel. Nope. The Miami Dolphins selected Deion Jordan out of Oregon. Nope.
I forgot about him.
Lane Johnson, future Hall of Famer. Period. The Lions didn't miss too bad. Ezekiel Ansah was actually really good for like 4 years.
Right.
Like, genuinely, he was a good player. Cleveland Browns, Barkevious Mingo. Nope. Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Cooper, offensive guard. And then here's where it just gets truly ridiculous. The first receiver in the draft, number 8, the St. Louis Rams, select Tavon Austin.
I forgot about Tavon Austin.
He was insane in college, but God, he was not good in the pros. Nope.
West Virginia?
Yep. They had 2 in the. I think they had 2 in the. The Rams took both in this. Their second round pick was also a receiver from West Virginia. I will find his name because he was actually better.
I just want to say the Broncos pick is in. It's on commercial right now, so that's why they haven't announced it. However, I feel like we know who this should be. It should be Bo Nix.
Probably.
It should be. So
probably. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me refresh this Twitter page. I want to see
because I didn't want to know.
Well, I'm looking at Rappaport. I want to see if there's a trade.
I don't think there's a trade because it does say the pick is in.
Yeah.
Blue Brain, baby.
Kill you.
90 to 86ers with 2 minutes 15 seconds left in the third. They already almost have 100.
Let us pray.
Campaign has gotten some playing time, by the way. First actual minutes of the playoffs because the only other minute he got was to shoot one shot and then he went right back out.
Okay, I guess it is going to be Bo Nix.
Oh.
I haven't seen his name on here, but I think, I mean, if you're Denver, you kind of have to now, don't you? Which absolutely ruins Vegas's day. Like, Atlanta screwed Vegas bad because, like, this was not how this was supposed to play out.
For Vegas, that leaves like Spencer Rattler,
and he's projected to go like high 4th or mid 3rd.
Yeah,
like, and he sucks. I'm sorry, you just wait till next year.
Right.
To be honest, like that's.
I agree.
You
Unless
ride.
you hit him in the 4th round, then. You don't reach for Spencer Rattler.
You put him. Fuck. No. It would be a reach in the it would be reach early 3rd. Like pick 68 would be like a reach for him. I think you just ride the mustache man, Gardner Minshew, and just see what happens.
Pretty much.
To be honest,
just like you really work the phones, really.
Oh, here we go. It's gotta be.
And it is Bo Nix from Oregon heads to the Denver Broncos. I think you and I both had that in our mock drafts.
First time Sean Payton has ever selected a QB in the 1st or 2nd round ever.
Really?
Yep. Well, I mean, think about it. In New Orleans, he didn't need to do shit because he had Drew Brees. I mean, but he's been coaching for a long time. All right, so here's the truth. Bo Nix, to give some analysis again, most NFL-ready QB in the draft, in my opinion. The dude has played so many college games. He's the oldest QB in this class by a bit. But you play it... Go ahead.
Throw in, he also has played the most SEC games in history. I think he played like 63 or something like that.
Yeah. So he's at Auburn for forever.
12 or whatever.
And then he goes to the Pac-12 with Oregon. And he has 45 tuds and 3 interceptions.
Yeah.
Brother.
Insane.
This dude is a great quarterback. It's just going to be a matter of, is he an NFL, is he a guy who's going to stick in the NFL?
Right.
I love his ability to throw on the move. I love his ability to extend plays. I like that he can throw any range on the field really pretty accurately. Like, his accuracy is his biggest asset, in my opinion. His completion percentage everywhere he's been is really high because he does not make stupid throws. He does not try to force shit, which is something that so many QBs in the NFL do, and it's why they falter. It's what happened to Jalen Hurts last year. He tried to overforce plays. It did not succeed. They fell off. Period. I think this is a really smart pick. Obviously, Denver is in such a rebuild right now. Like, it's going to be years before they compete, especially in that division. where the clear 1-2 is obviously Mahomes and Herbert at QB. The Raiders have a defense that's horrifying. But their offense is the biggest question mark in the world, and obviously it's not really going to be addressed too much here. Their pick is in, however. I'm not going to check Twitter. I would love to genuinely be surprised by this.
By the way, huge third quarter. It is now, the third quarter just ended. Sixers are up 98-85. They dropped 43 points in the third quarter. Joel Embiid has 35.
Let's go, son.
Oubre helping out with 13. Campaign has 11. Tyrese Maxey 21-7.
All right, can I continue my 2013 recap?
Yes.
So the first two quarterbacks taken, one of these guys, I love him to death because I'm so proud of him and happy for his success. The first QB was EJ Manuel, dumpster fire.
Oh wow.
The second QB taken in the 2013 draft with the first pick of the second round, or not? Is that a lie? That is a lie. No, it isn't. Geno Smith.
Playing well so far.
Love that he has found a home. Absolutely love it. There are some
invigorated his career.
There are some guys in this draft. Let me be clear. It's not a complete miss. DeAndre Hopkins, Cordero Patterson. The pick is in. I'm going over.
Brock Bowers to the Vegas Raiders.
Oh, yeah, baby.
After drafting Michael Mayer literally last season.
Yeah, can we be crystal clear? Brock Bowers is insane. He's insane.
Great. I mean, everyone's been saying he's literally the next best thing at tight end.
His NFL comp that I saw today that I fully agreed with based on his style of play is George Kittle.
Which is a great comp.
Can you ask for anything better? I mean, literally, honestly, this dude. I mean, all right, you play at the best school in football in college football for the last 3 years. No one's going to dispute that. Georgia literally was so dominant.
Right.
You have that, right? He has great speed for his position. He breaks tackles even though he's not as big as a lot of tight ends are. His hands are insane. His hands are nuts. I'm sorry. Tight ends should have no business having hands like this guy. No business.
I have to bring his highlights up because they're honestly just fun to watch.
Yeah, no, it's genuinely ridiculous. You do his highlights. I'll pull up the PFF thing. Brock Bowers. Oh my God, come on. All right, hands, 10. Functional athleticism, 9. Contested catch, 9. Run after catch, 9. Versatility, 10. Competitive toughness, 10. Block strength, not bruv.
Insane.
I don't care if Kyle Pitts was taken when he was taken in his draft. This dude is better. On paper. On paper, he's better. This draft just didn't need a tight end drafted that high. Because he was even projected to go 10th in the first place, which top 10 tight end that's insanity, and we know that. Right. That's why when Kyle Pitts got taken at 8 or 4, whatever it was for the Falcons that year, I can't remember which number it was. That was nuts. I know he wears number 8, but I can't remember if he was taken at pick 8.
I can tell you in 1 second.
I know he was drafted high as shit. It might have been 4.
He was expected to be literally like the second coming of Jesus as tight end.
Yeah, it was supposed to literally be like Tony Gonzalez, but faster.
I actually didn't realize Kyle Pitts is from Philly.
Yep.
Played at Archbishop Wood. I completely missed that, apparently. He was the 4th overall pick.
Okay, it was 4. All right, cool. My memory does kind of work. Sorry, I just looked the second round of 2013, back-to-back, Zach Ertz, Darius Slay. There's 2 good picks.
That's 2 very good picks.
Obviously, the Lions picked a good one there, and the Eagles, Ertz. Without Ertz, we don't win a Super Bowl. Let me find third round, pick 69. Of course, it was the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu.
I love Tyrann Mathieu. I love it. He's a great player.
This class was sneaky good for receiver. Round 3, pick 76, Keenan Allen.
Ooh.
Sneaky good, but the first ones all sucked. That's why it was so like
one outside of the top 15.
Yeah, like the first ones were just rough. So it was like, oh no. But you go deeper and you can, holy shit. Round 4, pick 130 by the Baltimore Ravens, Kyle Juszczyk, who's on the fucking Niners now. Hell yeah.
He was their fullback before.
Kenny
Pat Ricard.
Kenny Stills in the 5th round to the Saints.
You know who they had before Juszczyk? Vontae Leach. You remember that name?
What a beast. That dude was a unit. All right. This is the best pick I've seen per spot in the draft, in this draft. Round 5, pick 159, Micah Hyde to the Green Bay Packers. That dude has had staying power in the NFL for a long time. He's on the Bills still, isn't he? Or did they just release him this year?
They might have just released him, I think.
I think they might have. Yeah, he's a free agent, so they just released him now. But I mean, 11 years career at safety. If he'll obviously sign somewhere.
Elliot Shore Parks, the reporter for 94 WIP in Philly.
Yeah.
He's saying, I would strongly consider giving up 22 and 53 to go get Dallas Turner, by the way.
He is a beast.
That is going to happen, but that's what he thinks should happen.
Yeah, but Elliot Shore Parks has a brain made of tapioca pudding, so that dude is
not wrong.
That guy is just not it, but yeah.
Very not wrong.
I hate that guy. I'm going to be honest. I absolutely hate that guy. Anytime I see one of his tweets, I'm like, wow, something I really just didn't need to see because my IQ has dipped multiple points now.
Every time I hear his voice on WIP, too, I'm like, geez, this guy just sounds like a nerd.
Well, then I see his face on Twitter. I'm like, oh, that's why you have a face for radio, son. That's why that's why you're on there. Nobody wants to see your ass. He's literally like a grown-ass man who sounds like he didn't hit puberty ever.
Agreed. Like, completely agreed.
All right, I have to use the bathroom like desperately. I'll be right back.
You're good. So we are waiting.
Who's even on the clock right now? The Saints. Yeah, I'm not losing sleep over that.
Isn't in. They have 1:40 left on the clock, so they got to be picking soon. For those of you that are wondering about the Sixers, they are up 102-89 with 9 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. It's getting a little heated. Everyone's going back and forth. This game has been very physical, and Embiid has pulled off some dirty moves. The game has just been, this whole series has been physical, so it was bound to get, a little punchy at some point in time. But love to see the Sixers at least hitting shots and really getting things going on offense for once. But getting back to the draft, still waiting for the Saints. It looks like finally the pick is in. We've actually had 13 straight offensive players picked, which it says is the longest streak of offensive players picked. I think it might have said ever.
The pick is in.
Let me actually rewind that. Yeah.
All right. So, get back in the hot seat here. Let's take a look.
Straight offensive players drafted, which is the longest streak at any point in the first round in NFL history.
Okay, then
in a single defensive player chosen.
Then we definitely picked the right draft to do, honestly, because that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I'm down with that.
So we're still. The Saints could go defense here.
Oh, 100%. And in a lot of ways, they probably should.
Hold on, though. We were talking right before the draft started that they should go offensive line too,
But here's the if Fuaga's
still available.
Yeah, Fuaga. Like if they're not going to take him, which they it's a perfectly good choice.
Right.
If they're not,
who I think they should go for.
Like Dallas Turner being on the board still and Cam Jordan's not young anymore is kind of like maybe they're going to look for the next in line there.
Sure.
But obviously, like they can go a lot of ways here, and they have that freedom. And especially since every other team has gone offense, there's defensive players available that probably weren't expecting to be here. So they have, for the Saints are probably really happy. Like they actually have a decent amount of options right now, some flexibility, and I hear the jingle.
There we go. With the 14th pick, the Saints have selected
Fuaga.
There it is.
There it is.
Fuaga from Oregon State goes to the Saints. You get Carr some much needed protection finally.
Oh, bro, look at his drip. Look at his drip.
That good Pacific Islander Hawaiian drip right there. That's what I'm talking about.
Holy smokes, that outfit is fire.
The natural and fresh lays. We have friends from Hawaii that have actually had them handmade and delivered from Hawaii, and the lays that are handmade out of like fresh petals and shit. There's nothing like it. There literally is nothing like it. It is so cool. The whole culture and heritage over there is honestly like the best. I love it. But again,
I'm anticipating Roman Reigns popping up out of nowhere right now. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Oh hell yeah! Fuaga heading to the Saints. I mean, you and I were talking about this before. If you give Carr some actual protection, he's not terrible. We all love to shit on Derek Carr. Like everyone loves to because he's easy to. There's a whole lot of years at the Raiders where he just failed miserably. But again, he hasn't had protection most of the time.
His 2014 season with the Raiders was nuts, and it was the best O-line he's ever had. And I know that's an eternity ago. I get that.
Right.
The guy is not a bad quarterback. He was on the Raiders for most of their time in the abyss, and then he goes to the Saints after a lot of changes to everything there. So what did you expect?
Exactly.
Like, there's no reason to have these high hopes for them at all. And the problem is, people put all these insane things on his shoulders because he got drafted where he got drafted.
Right.
He only got drafted there because the Raiders were that bad then. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, that's just how it goes. There's no reason to believe that he cannot succeed. Period.
Exactly.
And now that he has more protection. We know he has weapons.
He has a run.
Why not? Yeah, he has a run game. He's got good receivers. Genuinely, he has good receivers. It's Olave.
Be a very good number one receiver in the NFL.
And Shakir, is that his name? Or is it Shaheed?
Shaheed.
Yeah. Like
the burn. But on PFF, the stable metrics here for offensive linemen, they have pass block grade in true pass sets. He was graded 92. Run block grade in man and gap, 99. Run block grade in zone, 99. Negative graded run blocking plays, 67. And on top of that, all of his they show their position splits too. He played right tackle the entire time. He didn't split any time anywhere else. But if we go up to his player traits, offensive line IQ, 8 out of 10. Footwork, foot speed, 8. Length is on the shorter side, but everyone knew that. Athleticism, 8. Pass sets, 7. Hand technique, 8. Flexibility, balance, 7. Anchor ability, 8. Power at point of attack, 10. Competitive toughness, 10. Like, Fuaga is that dude at offensive tackle. And you got him to land in your lap pretty much at 14.
literally. Like, this is a gift from the draft gods. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, genuinely. There's no way you're the Raiders sitting at 14. Like, all right, the Saints. Like, if you're the Saints, right, at 14, you're going a certain way. They could have taken a quarterback if said quarterback was available. Clearly, the draft, all the teams in this year's draft decided this class is worth the picks. These quarterbacks are legit, and they're all gone. They were all gone by pick 12. Like, this is blowing my mind. But then, like, if you're the Saints, you're just going to take the best available, and the best available is Fuaga.
Easily.
Period. Yeah, exactly. Like, easily.
Yeah.
Like, they will all sleep well at night tonight. All of them.
There was literally no one else that people would have been like, well, you should have taken it. No, like, that was the best available. Joel motherfucking Embiid, baby. 111.96 with 6:30 left.
Did you see what the Magic did to the Cavs today, bro?
Did they destroy him? I was hoping they would.
121 to like 86. They fucking raped him.
Ooh.
They gave him an ass ramming.
Ooh. Donovan Mitchell shot 6 for 6. Darius Garland shot 2 for 10. Bruh.
Yeah, they drank some funky Kool-Aid today.
I really like Paolo Banchero. I think he's going to be amazing as his career goes on. And Markelle Fultz even had 11 points.
Let's go, Markelle.
I want to see him succeed so bad.
Bro, I cheer for that guy like my life depends on it.
Same. I believed in him, still believe in him, and I hope he becomes something amazing. At this point, I know he probably won't be a superstar, but I just hope he has success. But,
bro, I want to see him have the staying power in the league the way TJ McConnell has.
Yes.
That's what I want.
And he definitely can as a backup point guard.
100%.
Every team needs a solid backup point guard. Literally every team. Hold on. I need to... My guy.
What happened?
Damn it. Rewind.
See, what had happened was... Where the hell's my phone even at? Oh, hello. I put the Raiders helmet on top of my cord, and my phone is in Uganda. There we go.
I gotta talk about this guy. Hold on. I just took a screenshot. I'm gonna put it up here. Oh, did it really not? Hold on.
Oh.
I forgot YouTube TV. If you take a screenshot, it blacks it out. This guy's pant legs were like that.
The pick. Hold up. Latu to the Colts. The first defensive player is finally off the board.
There it is from UCLA.
Finally off the board. That's actually crazy. It took pick 15 for any D player. That's nuts. Like, I never could have dreamed that this is how this was going to go in a million years.
I know.
So shocked by that.
Oh shit.
But at the same time, you know what? I'll use the flip side of that coin. The offensive talent in this draft was special.
Oh yeah.
Like, let's be real. Like, it's special.
For sure.
Like
1,000%.
Like, Bo Nix and Penix were reaches, but they were reaches out of necessity. Actually, I won't say Penix as much, because the Falcons clearly loved what he had, and their workouts with him must have been perfect. You know what I mean? Like, they must have had him in there and seen things that just absolutely made them sure, and that's awesome. Bo Nix was always going to be a reach, because there was so many teams with QB needs picking in, like, the same spot.
Right. Like,
literally, there was that run. It was Minnesota, Denver, Vegas. They all wanted QBs in 10, 11, and 13. Or, 12, 11, 12, 13. Like, we all knew that's how that was going to go, and then the unless happened with Atlanta. Because Atlanta was projected to be the first team to take a defensive player, I believe, in Dallas Turner.
True.
This is a great clip to show. I'll say this, like, I hope there's other clips of him against other teams, because one of the big weaknesses for USC was their O-line. So him beating them is not really shocking. I'll own that as a USC fan. Holy shit, he ran him down like he has stolen his child. Oh my goodness gracious.
Latu has plenty of talent.
He has your hand moves, he has burst speed, he turns on a dime, he bull rushed the shit out of that guy who outsizes him probably by like 50 pounds at least. He didn't care.
He's 6'5", 259. On
Woo!
PFF's draft guide here, first step, he's a 6 out of 10. Flexibility, 7 out of 10. Hand speed usage, 10, which is what we just saw there.
Yeah.
Pass rush moves and counters, 10. Balance and strength, 7. Lateral ability, 8. Run stopping, 6. Length, 6. Competitive toughness, 8. Tackling, 6. So he has some work, obviously. His length is decent, but it's not like going to be an advantage for him. His first step is okay, but it's going to be different in the NFL. The NFL tackles are a lot faster than college ones. So, he has some work to do, but he's going to be very good. And if we look at the stable metrics, pass rush grade against true pass sets, 100. Pass rush win percentage, 97. Run defense grade, 95. Run stop percentage, a 76. And those are percentile. So
this dude's a beast. This was one of those positional coin flips, right? So you had Dallas Turner or Latu. Like, those are the two edge rushers that were in contention to be the first off the board. There wasn't really a third. So it makes sense to me that the Colts would go for this now, because it's like, A, he's still available, and I am of the opinion that if you are a team with multiple needs, the Colts are, we know this. If you are that team with multiple needs, you literally look at your board, and whatever player you literally think is the best one left is the guy you take. You don't overthink it, you don't overanalyze. You've done all this research, your scouts have been where they needed to be to tell you who is good and who isn't, based on your franchise's beliefs. This is a great pick. To get this guy at 15 is a great pick.
Because nobody expected him to last till 15.
Hell no. I
and Dallas Turner to be gone by now.
Yeah. It was supposed to be Atlanta taking one of them. And then maybe even, like, honestly, the Saints could have taken the other. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Because the Saints weren't even supposed to be able to see Fuaga on the board, but he was there. So it was like, okay, there's their no-brainer, was to take the best offensive tackle left. So,
yeah,
like, we've had our shock value in this draft so far, and then we've had really, really good, like, selections by teams that didn't have to do shit. They got to just sit back and go, all right, let's watch the chaos unfold. Because the Colts were in a great spot. They took Anthony Richardson last year, and he looks like he can be the guy if he stays healthy, which I think he will. I genuinely do. The injury he had sucked, but it was like not one of those career-altering ones.
Right.
Like, he'll be fine. So you just shore up a defense that really needs the help, especially now that you know the Texans are fucking loaded. Like,
you can say that. But I will say, so Seattle's on the clock now. We're still waiting for them. It says the pick is in, but we're on commercial right now. Their needs, guard, edge, linebacker, safety. We were talking about a little of this. Looking at some of the people available in terms of those needs, you still have Dallas Turner, obviously. So if you need an edge, I mean, on a lot of mock drafts, his ADP was around 12 to 13, so he would be falling to you at 16, technically.
You know what's surprising?
What?
And sorry to jump in. ESPN actually has Fatanu listed as a guard.
Oh.
On the best available on their draft board,
Right.
he is 6th best available, and it says OG, which is offensive guard, which I guess maybe let me just confirm his size. He's 6'4", 317, so actually that kind of makes sense. The tackles are usually way taller, as we saw with Alt, who's 6'9", which is insane, but even like the Eagles, Lane Johnson's like 6'6", and Mailata's 6'8".
Right.
Just to use them as an example. And usually in the interior, you want the lower center of gravity guys.
Right.
Because they're... So, I guess maybe that's one of the things with Fatanu.
So, I'm looking at Fatanu's position splits. Last year, he took 984 snaps at left tackle and 1 at left guard. 2022, he took 52 snaps at left guard, 890 at left tackle, and then 21... 153 at left tackle and 46 at left guard. So he's played a little bit of guard.
So here's I honestly, because the NFL is like this, I think they're probably just viewing him as undersized for a tackle position. And they're assuming whatever team takes him would probably want him with his size and athleticism to play guard, because it would, if you have a tackle next to him that's already competent or good, that duo would be like insane, because you basically have 2 left tackles.
Right.
You know what I mean? And size wise and weight wise, like that, they would be able to move mountains. Like genuinely, just move mountains. So completely. I think if a team values him as a guard, he'll go soon. If they're really going to draft him as a tackle, which you clearly just assessed he has played way more of, he might wait a little bit, to be honest. And there was a reason like Fuaga and Alt were, like, in my opinion, the clear 1-2. Their size and every bit of any way you assess them, they were just dominant. Yeah. So they were easy. But then obviously now it's like, okay, you got 3 gone, one of which we both agreed was a reach in Latham.
Right.
Let me actually refresh this, because best available is clearly not these guys anymore.
So I just want to say, when I'm I'm keeping up with the mock draft on PFF, and the player picked the most for Seattle from all the mock drafts that were done on here was actually Latu. So
they're doing a video.
It will be interesting.
Ooh.
It's at the air base in South Korea. That's pretty cool.
With an A-10 Warthog just casually making a beautiful cameo. It's the ugliest, most beautiful plane that's ever existed.
It is interesting where like the actual engines are on that plane.
Oh, it's slow as shit. It only goes 400. It's literally designed to fly low and provide support for infantry.
Okay.
That's all it's for. Like, do this whenever, but go on YouTube and just type in Warthog close air support, and there's video, like, helmet cams from Marines.
Right.
Like, pinned down by everything, and a Warthog comes in and just blows the fuck out of everything.
Oh, that's crazy.
And they're like, you hear the Marines just like, fuck yeah, like just losing their mind, because they're like, we were going to die, and now we're not.
Seattle's pick is in, and Goodell says the Seattle Seahawks with the 8-6.
Byron Murphy, Texas defensive tackle. About damn time. So on the ESPN's on ESPN's big board, he was the 4th left best available, easily the best defensive tackle. Next is Jerzon Newton out of Illinois. I think you know what, if they want to value interior, I get it. I think the run defense was an atrocity last year. And obviously in the division they're in, competing against the Niners, their running backs, I mean, they still have Debo. He plays that kind of flex position, and then obviously McCaffrey is just kind of the GOAT right now in the league. So it makes sense. I get it. But let me go ahead and let me go to our lads. I want to see their depth chart to just get a real idea. So as far as edge rushers, they have Okay, so they signed Jonathan Hankins as a backup. They had Leonard Williams on the outside and Boye Mafe. So, and Draymond Jones. Like, their rush was not horrific, but it was not great. Right. But when you bolster the interior with a guy as good as Byron Murphy is, it will increase the production of everyone. Because this is a guy in the middle of the line that creates pressure. And on ESPN's showing some highlights right now. I don't know if you want to pull some up for this guy because he's a unit.
Oh yeah, I can bring him up.
His highlights are fun to watch. Was Minnesota originally picking at 17, my friend?
No.
Well, they fucking are now because their pick's in.
We'll see it down the bottom, whoever was 17 originally. But let me look at Twitter.
I'm looking. Adam Schefter, what do you got for me, bud? Vikings now traded up to the Jags spot at number 17.
Jags, that's who it was.
Who the fuck? Who were they taking here?
I actually already saw it because I was trying to look for this.
Well, don't say it. Don't say it.
Oh, here's the trade. Jaguars trade 17 for 23, and then they get 167 and 2025 third and fourth round picks. So they get 4 picks.
Damn.
Just 17.
6 spots to move up, and they got a haul. Let's see it. He's reading it right now. Let's get it. Here we go.
Yep. I know who it is. So
I know. I don't know yet. There it is. Okay.
There we go. Finally, off the board.
Okay. See, now here's the truth. I don't think the Eagles are moving now.
Probably not.
I think they're staying put because it was like, actually, you know who's still available, and I'm surprised is still available, but I guess maybe his draft stock has fallen a bit, is I think he's still, Jared Verse. Jared Verse out of Florida State is an edge rusher that was on some boards predicted to be first.
I just realized we never actually said his name, but Dallas Turner is the one who was selected by Minnesota after trading up to the Jags pick. And I gotta say, it's a smart move by the Jags to get 4 more picks. 3 more picks, as well as just moving back 6 picks for just this pick. That was a pretty nice move for them, I gotta admit.
Here's what I'll say for Minnesota, right? In terms of talent that they have thus far acquired in the draft, they're winning the draft.
True.
But it remains to be seen how these guys perform, obviously. Like, this is the on-paper moment. Like, you got McCarthy and you got Dallas Turner, who many believe was going to go top 10, consensus maybe best edge rusher in the draft. It was him, Latu, or Jared Verse. It was obviously 3 different conferences, 3 different styles of play. Turner, I want to read his like size, because 6'3", 247.
Say that again?
All right. So he's 6'3", 247. So in my opinion, he is very lean. He is very lean for an edge guy. Like, I think I would expect 10, maybe 15 more pounds. But then what you'll get out of him is a lot more speed.
True.
And even watching the clips that you have up and then the clips that ESPN had up, the guy is deflecting passes like that was what he was born to do. Like,
his timing is great.
Exactly. And but you look at it and you go, where's he playing? He's playing at Alabama. So, of course, he's going to be a guy that has a skill set just by the way he's been coached in college. The fact that he got recruited there in the first place means in high school he was jumping off the page as a guy that was going to be very competitive regardless of where he ended up. And then the fact that he goes to Alabama and is now selected at number 17, a team traded up to get him. Yeah. This guy's a stud. We knew he was going to be a stud. There's a reason most mock drafts had him at number 8 to the Falcons. You know what I mean? Like, the whole football world.
Before this.
Yeah, like, it's crazy that he just fell to 17.
Yeah.
And Minnesota replaces Danielle Hunter. Because I think Turner just jumps right into the lineup. Like, there's no way this guy's sitting. You traded up to get him at 17. This guy's a day one starter, period.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. That's awesome for the Minnesota Vikings. They obviously have they had work to do coming into this draft to ensure that they could still compete in a division that is very clearly at the moment Detroit's, and then even Green Bay behind them. So, like, obviously after Cousins left. So this is why I love this shit.
Completely. I mean, this draft has honestly been more surprising than I thought it would be, and I'm not even talking about the trades. It's mainly just about the picks that have happened. I'm just surprised about.
Agreed. as soon as the Chargers took Joe Alt, the dominoes were falling on some insanity, which is very rare that an offensive tackle pick shakes the foundations. And then 3 picks later, Atlanta's like, "Nah, we're taking a QB." And we're like, what? And then everything after that has been just surprise after surprise, because there's players here available that no one thought would be. And the Vikings, credit to them, they got in touch with Jacksonville. They obviously had to send them a lot. But if they think Dallas Turner is one of those guys that you can't miss, given where he was still available, then, you know what I mean? You got to do it. They did it. They pulled the trigger. They still have, let me confirm this, the only picks they have left are day 3 picks, but they have 5. So it's not like they can add some players. Maybe they can get lucky on one of them. Undrafted free agents obviously provide, and they've been good with those.
Right.
Adam Thielen is the name that comes into my head. They do know how to sign undrafted guys. So I think they're very happy they can take day 2 off to really put all their time and research into the day 3 picks, or they could trade up again. It's obviously up to them, but they've done a great job so far. I think, obviously, J.J. McCarthy looks like he's going to be a decent QB, and you're bringing it into such a good situation.
Any quarterback is salivating at that job, to be honest.
Yeah. 100%.
Throwing to the best receiver in the NFL, one of the best rookies from last season, one of the best tight ends in the NFL. Like, you have 3 bona fide weapons.
Absolutely.
At running back. So, quite solid. Ooh, Sixers fans almost got free chicken nuggets.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I'll give credit to...
I can't have everything.
I'll give credit to Jay Brunson. He's had a good game.
I know. See, this was my thing. We're going to talk basketball real quick.
We got time.
Brunson was not doing well the first 2 games of this series. He was actually doing pretty shit. He wasn't shooting well. He was shooting like 30 shots a game and was only getting like 17 to 20 points. But the role players were all amazing. The moment Brunson was going to do better, I knew there's no way in hell that Josh Hart, OG Anunoby, Dante DiVincenzo, Isaiah Hartenstein, all those guys were going to be amazing at the same time, because it just doesn't work that way. And that's exactly what's happening tonight, because Josh Hart, I give it to him. He does have 20 points, but the rest of the guys are not playing that well. They might have, like, Hartenstein has 14, Anunoby has 17, but Hartenstein's at minus 21 on the court.
Yeah. Because I brought the stat sheet up, right? I don't know how he's... Like, you had 7 of 11 and 7 of 11 out of Hartenstein and Anunoby as the Knicks. You're, like, stoked with that. Like, that's such a good shooting percentage. That's efficient. But then it's clear, like, him on the floor and Embiid decided to just be Embiid today.
By the way, Embiid has 48 points, and he's going to the line right now for 2.
Oh, I believe in 50.
Oh wait, never mind. They're not going to the line.
You know what? Actually, the best move by Nick Nurse was today.
What?
But Buddy Hield getting 4 minutes, and that's it.
Yes, Buddy Hield has been horrendous.
Yeah. So you put Campaign in 3 of 4 from 3.
Yep.
Come on, bro. And then Batum getting the 28. I don't give a shit. He only took 2 shots. He's got 5 boards. He's got 2 blocks, a steal, and 2 assists, and a +6.
Batum's biggest contribution in this series has been his defense on Jalen Brunson.
Yep. And clearly tonight, when he's been on him, he's been good because he's +6. So even though Brunson's stat line would tell you,
right?
So the pick's in. Hold on, the pick's in.
Here we go.
The Bengals.
Cincinnati selects with the 18th pick, Amarian Mims.
All right.
I know you weren't that big on him, though.
This is kind of where he should go, to be honest, but, like, I'm not. Just keep it real. I'm not huge on him. But,
right.
Like, you go to you go to tackles, and he was the PFF 20th ranked player in the whole draft, but he was the 6th tackle. 6th. So, and then even...
They're showing right now on ESPN that he has allowed 0 sacks and 774 career snaps.
That's kind of impressive, but then I look, but that like surprises me because I'm looking at his PFF grade is 49th out of 628 tackles in college.
Right.
That's like not really that great, but then because even Graham Barton's ranked higher than that by PFF. Jordan Morgan was ranked 12th out of the country. Yeah. So I'm a little confuzzled because, like, I don't know. Obviously, he went to Georgia, so you're looking at, like, the grade school. He's 21 and a half years old.
Right.
So he's got youth on his side, which means he can be taught still. And even reading PFF's thing, it's like...
Still a big boy.
He's not a polished prospect, but he brings sky-high potential. So if that's your gamble, if you believe his ceiling is above everybody else's, then you take him. Clearly Cincinnati does. I obviously will hope that they're correct in that assessment.
Embiid has 50.
Let's go. 5 of 7 from 3 from a man who's 7'2", 320-something pounds. This guy's not human. I don't give a shit. Anybody wants to bag on this guy for anything in the series, he's the only reason we had a chance. It's him and Maxey were the only reason we had a chance in any of these games. And we win by 11.
That's a dub, baby!
Let's go! Woohoo!
Everybody for Philadelphia 76ers, stomp your feet. Everybody.
Alright, I don't want to get knocked to copyright.
True. We're going to get slapped by DMCAs so hard right now.
Yep. That is a fucking win.
Alright, I will be back in just a moment. I went on to Domino's Pizza, and I was like, I would like to order some shit, and it's about to arrive, so I'll be right back.
I got you. So we are waiting for the Rams. Rams are on the clock. They got about 2 minutes left on their draft clock. Still waiting to hear from them. I mean, if we go back to, let's go back to the mock draft here, and let's see what we have in store for them. If I look back at the draft picks that have already happened, let me bring those up here real quick. Byron Murphy was taken by Seahawks. Jacksonville traded with Minnesota. Just for the sake of this, I'm just gonna make it like a 1-for-1 trade. So, and Minnesota took Dallas Turner, and then the Bengals took Mims. I think. Hopefully I'm right on that. Yeah. So the Rams. I mean, the Rams need a good bit. They need a QB just in case Matthew Stafford, he's getting older. They need a tackle, which if you want to tackle, Fontenot is still available. So that is a very solid pick for them if that's who this is going to be at 19. They also need D-line, linebacker, and cornerbacks. Quinion Mitchell is still there. Jazon Newton is still there. Terry and Arnold, Cooper DeJean from Iowa. You even have Graham Barton from Duke, Nate Wiggins from Clemson. You have some options there. They should not go quarterback. That's for damn sure. So that just, shouldn't
I have returned with pizza. Oh, yes.
So if I was the Rams right now,
and beer, I got more beer. It's in my pockets because why not?
There you go. If I'm the
Rams,
I would.
All right, I got Nuggets Lakers on my iPad. Let me get the headphones in so I can rejoin the fun.
That's who I would go with. Fontenot's still available. You need a tackle. You might as well go with the best tackle available right now. You could also go cornerback. There's plenty of cornerbacks available. None of the cornerbacks have been taken that we've talked about so far. And it looks like the pick is about to be in here. We have the commish walking up. So, 19 for the Los Angeles Rams. They take Jared Verse, the edge from Florida State. I didn't see that coming, also because I didn't think they really needed an edge all that much, but...
Let me see what ESPN said as far as, team needs. That was their number 2 need, according to ESPN.
Oh, okay.
Corner was number 1, edge was second, so... if you go...
on PFF, it does say D-line, so I guess it just meant the entire D-line.
Well, they need both, yeah, because they need defensive tackle. Obviously, the greatest defensive tackle in the history of football retired. So,
right. I'm going to let you talk real quick. I'm going to hit the bathroom.
Okay, so we'll go Jared Verse, 6'4", 254, rangy, speedy edge rusher. One of Florida State's best seasons in the last couple decades, genuinely, before their QB gets hurt and they get absolutely robbed of a playoff appearance. It's a shame that the new format was not in place yet to give this guy a chance to show off what he's got. His ability to just get to the ball, whether it's in the QB's hands, running back's hands, if he has to spin out and cover a tight end, he's not dog shit at it, but it's not something that's asked of him, really. He is genuinely a pure pass rusher. Based on size, speed... trying to think of a valid NFL comp that doesn't sound really stupid. I'll say Joey Bosa at this point in Joey Bosa's career would be valid, maybe. But again, it's he's young, fresh, tons of upside. They're saying Cam Jordan. Cam Jordan's a monster. So if he's anything like him, obviously that's why the draft's beautiful, though. We'll get to find out. But if he is anything like Cam Jordan, this pick at 19, absolute robbery. Sorry. Pizza's good, and I'm just watching the highlights right below the camera and listening to ESPN's analysis of this. I like this guy a lot. I was kind of hoping the Eagles would somehow get blessed yet again and this guy would fall to us, but the Rams decided it was not meant to be. All right, I think Terry and Arnold or Quinion Mitchell are going here. I think we get our first cornerback. I think it's time. I think it is time. They need a center though. ESPN has Graham Barton listed as a center. I guess we'll see, but definitely curious. If I'm the Steelers here, right? You know your defense is already incredibly solid. It just is. So if you can actually just make your defense even better, why not? I think Tyrion Arnold's the pick that makes sense. I kind of hope they take him, but we'll see. We have Pittsburgh on the clock now. Oh, I can't hear you. Your mic is not.
How about now?
Hey, there he is.
There we go. I was greeted by just being completely blinded because when I walk out, all the lights are off, and then I walked back in, and it's bright as a motherfucker in here. Ooh, looks like the Steelers pick is in, but we are on commercial, so there's that.
Yes, indeed.
When I just took a break, I was saying goodnight to my wife, and I was like, by the way, Steelers are on the clock. She was like, go Steelers. Don't pick a quarterback because they all suck. I was like, you're not wrong.
Well, she's definitely not wrong now.
Exactly. I'd rather have Justin Fields and Russell Wilson than Spencer Rattler, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So
I love that Rattler went from being like the next big thing to benched for Caleb Williams at Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
Transfers to South Carolina. And is now projected like 4th round. It's like, all right. I am curious with this pick. I was saying I think it's going to be a corner. I think the first corner goes here because it's Quinion Mitchell or Terry and Arnold, I think, is going here.
I had them picking a cornerback too in my mock draft because I just feel like the Steelers. Who was the Steelers' last offensive first-round pick? Let me look.
Najee Harris?
Was it Najee?
Maybe. He might have been early
It
second,
would make sense.
but he's like,
Let's see.
I feel like he was a first-round pick.
All right, technically they took an offensive lineman last year.
Oh, well, that doesn't count.
That isn't the one. Oh, it was Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, but I don't even want to count that either, because, oh no.
Before that, then yeah, it was Najee. And then they didn't even have a first-round pick in 2020. They picked Claypool as their first pick, which is in the second round.
Yikes.
And then 2019, their first-round pick was Devin Bush.
Okay.
2018, I actually didn't realize they picked Terrell Edmonds. That was their first-round pick in 2018.
Oh, here we go.
17 was TJ Watt. So there's that too.
Here we go.
Oh, is that Cam Hayward?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Hayward was Walter Payton Man of the Year, wasn't he?
I think so.
So that makes sense. Got to make sure that's played. They're doing a little speech about Walter Payton Man of the Year, so it's gonna be a little bit here, folks. Cam Hayward, you just, even as like a Ravens fan, a Bengals fan, a Browns fan, whatever fan you are, you can't hate on Cam Hayward. The man is just he's just a great human being.
He is the definition of pure class.
Yeah,
Needed to be one.
just all around great human being. It's also pretty cool that they drafted his brother as their backup tight end.
Agreed.
Let's see. Oh, I see a Lamar Jackson jersey up in the front row and a Bengals jacket not too far from that guy. They played the jingle and then Cam Hayward was still giving his speech.
They've done that twice now.
I could also see the Steelers taking an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
They pick. The Steelers select Troy Fontenot.
Okay, O-line.
There it is.
All
I
right.
have him listed as guard on here too, on ESPN.
Fair enough.
The drip, the Hawaiian Pacific Islander drip.
Okay, so we got Miami next. Let me open up. All right, their needs as listed by ESPN, the Miami Dolphins. Defensive tackle, tight end, offensive tackle, which now they're screwed, edge, and guard.
Edge
Which-
and guard.
God, that makes it rough for them, because, like, Chop Robinson from Penn State is, like, the next dude at a position of need for them.
That's a great.
Then Jerzon Newton.
It's either Chop Robinson, also from Penn State. Is it Adisa Isaac? He's also listed up there as another edge. I guess he was the opposite edge from Chop Robinson.
Just looking at best available, though, it's like Chop Robinson and then Jerzon Newton are the only two defensive linemen, edge or tackle-wise.
Oh, they could go Graham Barton. They need a tackle.
Yeah. They're going to show... They're going to get somebody they want, but it's not like... You know what? Actually, I could sit here... Go ahead.
They could go Newton. They could definitely use interior linemen
Yeah.
defense. So I think they might go Newton with this pick.
I'm going to... If the Eagles do not select a corner, now that none have been taken, and they literally get to pick any one they want at 22, I'll be very, very surprised.
That's true.
Like Quinion Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, and Nate Wiggins, and Kool-Aid McKinstry are literally all still here.
Dolphins' pick is already in. We're just waiting for them to actually announce. Looks like they're about to go to commercial again. But Diana Russini, from the senior NFL insider for The Athletic, says the Texans, who do not have a first-round pick, have been working the phones trying to trade up into the first-round pick. The first round, sorry.
You want me to be honest then? Do you want me to be genuinely honest? I would not be surprised at all if the Eagles are the team that answers that phone call.
I think the Ravens
They could, but I'm sitting here going like, okay, if you're the Ravens, Brian Johnson Jr. or Brian Thomas Jr. is still here.
True.
So there's that is a full-on option if he can somehow drop. So you have to at least gauge the other team's interest in those two guys that are ahead of you to understand if maybe you actually have a chance at them. And then obviously if your pick comes up and you didn't get either and you're kind of like, whatever, then you go back. Right. But if you're Houston, depending on what you're looking for, because they have a number one corner in Stingley Jr., so if they're looking for a number two, the Eagles are a really obvious team to call, or same with Miami, because Miami doesn't need a corner at all. So, like, there's two teams to move up to. And the Eagles could do it because they don't draft first-round CBs.
True.
Their last one is Lito Shepherd in 2001.
I loved Lito.
So did I. He was a good pick if you're literally never gonna pick guys in the first round. Like we usually trade for him.
Lito and Sheldon. What a
Oh well, Sheldon Brown literally wanted to murder people. I swear to God.
What a duo.
What he did to Reggie Bush.
I remember I got my brother for one Christmas a signed picture of that hit, signed by Sheldon Brown.
That hit is so legendary.
Oh, one of the most legendary. Like when you say Sheldon Brown, people who watch the NFL just know that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah. If you watch any compilation of the biggest hits in NFL history, that will be on there near the end at the top.
Oh yeah.
He read that play like he was in their offense.
Agreed.
Like he caught that ball, took a half step, and was literally like having his insides rearranged by Sheldon Brown's shoulder. Like that was just like, love you, Reggie. Sorry. But then it's funny because the Eagles lost that game.
Yep. Agreed.
Which is nuts to like start a game with that much of a momentum, like setter, especially by the defense. Like, come on, guy. I think that was the Jeff Garcia year. I think.
I think it was. Yeah.
Which, what a legendary time to watch the Eagles. That was so fun because we were supposed to be awful once McNabb went down, and Jeff Garcia was like, "Nah, I got you."
He was like, "Nah, we're good." Something funny. This person, David Moore, who writes Cowboys for the Dallas Morning News, said Pittsburgh just took Troy Fontenot. The cursing you hear is coming from the Cowboys draft room. Oh man! But it's gonna.
Thank you, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, seriously. It's gonna be interesting to see who Miami takes here. Like, do they reach for somebody? I mean,
Maybe.
I guess they could.
It's either Graham Barton or reach.
And if I was them, I'd probably just go Graham Barton. I didn't realize Cooper DeJean was white.
You didn't know that?
I did not. I will be honest. I did not watch many Iowa games, and I did not look up much of his tape. So
that's why this is a big deal. Because he's
white defensive backs never make it.
No. Like safeties, yes. Corners, fuck no. So this is like a big deal that a white corner might go in the first round in 2024. Okay. We got the animation. The pick is in.
Here we go. Miami selects Chop Robinson.
Okay, so they went need. On ESPN's big board, he was sixth best available, and he was their position of desperate need. It's logical. It is a little bit of a reach because the other edge rushers who were definitely better than him are gone.
Right.
But you have to do what you have to do. And, like, you're not going to trade back now because you're risking him going. And, like, Philly could take him. So you can't trade back because the team literally behind you could be a team that takes this guy. So you have to take him now. Makes perfect sense. I think he fits because, like, they're going to have a whole different scheme this year. So bringing in a rookie edge rusher is kind of a good idea now because your D coordinator from the last season's gone. So if you're building from the ground up, you can get him integrated better because everyone's learning it at the same time. Obviously, Penn State, they make linebackers, they make edge rushers. This is what they do. It's literally what they do. So. And he kind of has a really good name for this shit. I'm sorry, but Chop, like, come on, bro. He was made for this.
The name in and of itself is just great.
Yeah. He should have tackled that guy at Auburn. He got the fumble, but he should have tackled that guy. This highlight they're showing,
Yeah.
That looked like an Eagles tackle right there. I'm kind of glad we didn't get him now because he would have just fit the fucking mold of last year, which is like, oh, he had him with both hands and wrapped him up and still didn't tackle his ass. But nah, he'll develop. I think he's a good pick. Obviously, you're taking him in the first round. He's from a school that has a pedigree for making people at this position. It makes sense, and this is one of those. This is one of those things teams have to really do in the draft. Like it is a balancing game. It's a balancing act of what do you need versus who's the best available, and then you weigh those two things together and you decide genuinely what helps your team the most. Chop Robinson probably helps their team the most of anybody there, because the corners you take aren't going to be starters because that's what they have on defense at like the best.
Right.
It's corners. So like, oh, here we go.
The Eagles on the clock. Pick number 22. Pick is not in yet. There's still 2 minutes, 15 seconds left.
I never know what the fuck to expect. At all.
With Howie, there really is no saying.
Howie's brain does things other people's brains don't do.
No.
This is known now, so
They're playing a banger currently at the draft, though.
What's up?
They're playing a banger at the draft right now, if you can hear that.
Hold up. Oh, hell yeah.
Mr. Brightside, baby.
The Killers have made an appearance in 2024. How are we doing?
Dude. Oh, there's Howie. They got Howie on the screen.
Okay, well, we're picking because he's clearly on the phone and everybody stood up watching, so.
He might be on the phone trading it, to be honest.
Nah, because I think when Howie's trading, he paces. I've seen these videos every year. He literally is like fucking running around that office like a little fucking psychopath.
So, I will say, I was listening to a little bit of Philly sports radio and different things, and it looks, or it sounded like they were talking about some of the cornerbacks that visited, and Terry and Arnold had a very good visit with the Eagles, and Devontae Smith, obviously an ex-teammate at Alabama. Well, I think Arnold might have came in like right after him or something. I forget what it was, but they're friends, and Smith was trying to get them to actually take Arnold. And then I want to say it was Nate Wiggins said he had a good visit with them. I forget exactly who it was. It was one of the top cornerbacks on the board. I
don't want Nate Wiggins. It's Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Terry and Arnold.
I mean, the last Clemson defensive back the Eagles had was Brian Dawkins.
No, it was Kayvon Wallace, who we took a few years ago, and he fucking sucked. So I don't want to do that again. I really don't want to do that again.
For good reasons.
I'm scared of that same exact thing happening.
That is exactly why I forgot about him.
If you're going to give me a corner here, I want Cooper DeJean or I want Terry and Arnold.
You know what? Go Cooper DeJean just so the Eagles can have a token white guy like James Thrash.
True. Well, we got Reed Blankenship's pale ass out there already. He is so white, it's insane. He is a pasty motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I looked it up. So as of October 2023, Riley Moss, a white quarterback from Iowa.
Shocker.
The only white cornerback in the NFL. And he was drafted last year.
God damn it. I'm like nervous for this because it's like there's two names I don't want to hear. And there's two names I do want to hear. I want to hear Terry and Arnold or Cooper DeJean. I don't want to hear Nate Wiggins or Quinion Mitchell because I don't like that Quinion Mitchell played at like Toledo.
Right.
Which means he didn't play fucking anybody. Iowa plays everybody, and so does Alabama. So
I just want to bring up a Jason Kelsey quote. I remember hearing this on their podcast. they're arguing about why cornerback is the hardest position, and Jason Kelsey says it's so hard that white people can't even do it. They don't even let white guys try anymore. They just say, "Nah, you're done."
That's big facts, though. That is correct. Oh. Okay. Here we go.
We don't
God damn it.
on global. Just give us the pick, you know?
The Eagles are going to be playing a game in Brazil this year against the Green Bay Packers. Hooray!
Where neither team is allowed to wear green.
Because Brazil!
Hooray.
Okay, get on with the pick, Roger. With your bitch ass.
Like Jordan Mailata.
Oh. Yo, Jordan Mailata, best pipes in the entire league. Easily.
The Christmas albums, my guy.
Easily. there literally is zero debate.
Yeah, he went on Masked Singer, and he was great. Legend. Oh, and they're literally talking about him now, too. I've said his name first, and now they're like, let's bring him up.
Yeah. They obviously have our stream on in the back room.
I know. They're like, oh, shit. Is Mailata going to announce the pick? Come on.
Uncle Roger. You called him Uncle Roger.
I love this fucking guy.
Here we go.
Oh, please. Please. Please.
Quinion Mitchell.
Fuck.
From Toledo.
God damn it. I'm being extra critical. This dude's good. It's just like I do care. Or shouldn't care as much, but I do care about the schools that these guys go to.
I mean, I get it.
And to be fair, like here's honest truth, right? On the best available, Quinion Mitchell is number 1.
Right.
Terry Arnold's number 2. Their overall ranks were 10 and 11. So, according to all the assessments from all angles, they are equal players. So, Quinion Mitchell, 6 foot 195. Terry Arnold, 6 foot 189. Terry Arnold is actually the number 1 ranked corner in this class. And if Howie believes that, the scouts believe that, the NFL scouts overall believe that, then you know what? I need to shut my mouth. Can you bring his highlights up, please? Just because he's obviously picked by the Eagles.
I can. And I will also give you some good news here, because on the PFF draft guide, it says no FBS cornerback forced more incompletions over the past 2 seasons than Mitchell. And he did so while, hold on, bringing this up.
I have it open too.
He did so while playing an off-coverage role in a cover 3 heavy scheme. So, and I also want to say for those that might listen instead of watch on some of our other platforms, mirror recovery speed, 7 out of 10. COD agility, 8 out of 10. Footwork, 8. Ball skills, 6. Anticipation awareness, 8. Competitive toughness, 9. Strength, 6. Tackling, 8. Run support, 8.
So here's my assessment, right? So I went on to Cooper DeJean's first.
Right.
Because he's a white corner, and that scares the shit out of me, but he played at Iowa, which gives me actually a lot of confidence, because Iowa might suck offensively, but literally all they do is fucking like breed tight ends and defensive players. That's what they do. So my reasons for wanting DeJean over Mitchell, especially on the PFF thing, DeJean has like 6 9s in his grades, which is a lot more. Like Mitchell has 1.
I'm gonna counterpoint you.
Go ahead.
The stable metrics. And again, all these values are the percentile rank. Coverage grade at outside cornerback, 100.
Holy fuck. Okay.
Coverage grade at slot cornerback, 98. Coverage grade in single coverage, 100. Coverage grade versus clean pocket, 100. Coverage grade, time, I think it's time to tackle greater than 3 seconds, 99. Forced incompletion percentage, 100.
What the fuck, bro?
His lowest of the stable metrics in percentile rank is 90.
Oh, is he actually? Hold up. Is he actually at the draft? Oh shit, he is. Yeah, he's getting interviewed. Sorry.
And they just showed that he ran a 4.3340, by the way.
I'm sorry. A 4.33.
That's what they just showed, yeah.
What?
And by the way, last
Holy
year,
shit! Wait! Whoa! 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 Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! He's wearing the same fucking hat I bought.
the draft hat?
I didn't know this was a draft hat, but it fucking is.
Oh, yeah.
I'm putting this shit on. What the fuck am I doing?
I need to get a draft hat because I like this year's draft hats.
I didn't know this was a draft hat. I went on Fanatics because I'm like, I just want some Birds hats. Saw this one. I love that it had this. If you could see that.
Yeah.
Like the big established patch. And then this one said Go Birds with like the state of Pennsylvania with the Liberty Bell, which is lit.
Hell yeah.
And it's like an off gray, so it kind of matches like everything. Look, I'll fully own this, right? We're not NFL experts. We're literally having fun. I did not know Quinion Mitchell's intangibles like that. I'll own that.
I didn't either until they just showed it on the screen.
So, and I'm sitting here too. I believe while we were talking, I overheard somebody on the ESPN broadcast say, "You are the second Toledo player ever taken in the first round."
Yeah.
Ever. So that alone is like, if a team is going to do that, and especially on a big board, if you're literally the number one ranked CB, and you went to Toledo, you got some shit in your bag that's different. And I will respectfully sit back and just see what you got, because it is one of those situations, right? You go to watch college football late in the year, you're not going to see Toledo in a big name bowl game. You're just not. You're going to see Bama.
Oh, Jacksonville. Pick is in. Brian Thomas Jr.
Fuck.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, they needed a receiver, so this was coming, but I'm so sorry.
Fuck, shit.
God damn it, bitch asshole. I'm surprised, actually. Hold on. I'm actually surprised. So, okay. Number one need, according to ESPN, which obviously we don't need to take that shit at face value, because a team is going to assess these players in a way where they go, who wins for us more? Like, what alters the franchise's win-loss more? Their number one need was CB. But obviously, you drafted Trevor Lawrence to be the guy, and you really haven't given him shit. You drafted... Yeah, but you got Calvin Ridley coming out of a suspension. So that's a whole bag of worms, like a whole can of worms. Like, you don't know if he's going to be as good. He was not. I don't hate their wide receiver core. It needed help. Here's the help. So this pick for them makes so much sense. It's a shame, obviously, for Baltimore. But like I get it. And then obviously, I think Baltimore might still take a receiver. I want to see what their entire list of picks is.
I mean, there's still a few receivers left that people have talked about them. So,
well, I mean, okay, actually, I really like Jacksonville's receiving core now. Just to stay on them for a second, you acquired Gabe Davis. Christian Kirk is not bad at all. I still like Christian Kirk a lot, and he's your number 3 now. He's your slot guy as your number 3, and you have Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas Jr. on the outside. That's a good receiving trio. That's a good... And
Gabe Davis.
And Evan Ingram is Evan Ingram left New York and decided, I'm actually really good at football, by the way, guys, and I'm not going to get hurt anymore because I'm not in MetLife, and my knees
I
can...
have a quarterback that can actually throw me the ball.
So, yeah. They're good. They might actually have a good year now. I hope they do.
I need to see the defense get a little better, though.
Yeah.
I love Josh Allen on the defensive side.
But even that they've made good signings.
True. I love Josh Allen. I love what's the other linebacker's name? He's a really good linebacker for them.
Devin Lloyd,
Lloyd, yes, but there's also
Aluakon.
Yes, Aluakon. Aluakon's a beast.
Yeah.
And then the only thing that sucks is what's his name that they drafted 2 years ago as the number 1 pick.
Trayvon.
He just hasn't been that good.
No, he hasn't been good. No, he hasn't. It's not even like he hasn't been good at all.
Right.
And he needs to fucking show that he cares about being better.
Exactly.
Honestly, like at the moment, he is a certified bust. Like genuinely. But you bring in Eric Armstead from San Fran, he's been good his whole career. You sign Ronald Darby to bolster your secondary, and you sign Darnell Savage as your nickel, which having a good nickel is really important. I know Darnell Savage is not like an insane, but he stays healthy. He stays on the field. He'll give you a lot of downs. He gives you different looks. He can play safety. He can play like true nickel corner over the middle. Their defense will look better this year, but obviously I think in the second round they are 1,000% going to address the defense. Like, no doubt in my mind.
Right.
And they'll pick earlier in the second round than they did in the first, obviously, because they traded back. So they're going to pick about 49 or 50 in the second, which is not a bad spot. I think actually 48. So, like, you will get a guy there, like 100%. And then if I look at the best like remaining players, let me refresh this real quick. I'll scroll down a little to get a better idea.
Mm-hmm.
For your guys, right? For Baltimore, the best receivers left. I'll do the top 3 left. Okay. You have Xavier Legette from South Carolina.
And I will say,
who
he did visit with the Ravens, and I heard it was a very good visit.
Well, I mean, I'll just read this. He's 6'1", 221. Right? He ran a 4.39 at that size.
And the more I've
That's
read about
impressive.
it, the better I like it, to be honest.
And to be honest, this means he would go from Spencer Rattler to Lamar Jackson, which is literally like, let's use a religious analogy. That would be like going from Judas to Jesus. Okay, this is a jump. This is a big old jump. The pro comp that this fucking idiot has sucks. It sucks. His comp is Jonathan Mingo, who is not anybody. So let's ignore that.
Interesting.
Let's maybe pick a guy who's actually done something. Like Adonai Mitchell's comp is George Pickens, who is succeeding. And then Ladd McConkey. Okay, I'm sorry. You're gonna do Xavier Legette this dirty that you compare him to Jonathan Mingo, but you're gonna compare Ladd McConkey to Jordan Addison. Excuse.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Why are we literally taking a dude who ran a 4.39 at 6'1", 220 and telling us he's Jonathan Mingo, whose literal best season, just to confirm, was his rookie? Obviously, he was a rookie last year. He had 418 yards, and I know their quarterback situation in Carolina is awful.
Right.
But come on, bruh. Like, Thielen had like a 1K. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah. And by the way, Leger's vertical jump was 40 inches.
Oh shit! Dallas trades pick to Detroit. Detroit is on the clock, and this draft is in Detroit. This is about to get popping, my dude.
Let me see.
Let go, bro. Okay.
Trying to see what the trade was, and not seeing it yet. All I'm seeing is that the trade happened, which is obvious.
All right. I'm gonna keep refreshing Schefters. I think he'll have the deets in a minute.
Probably. I think I just saw the pick. So
Don't say it.
Say it, but I like it. I like it a lot.
For Detroit? Okay. Hell yes. I'll just ask this question. Is it a corner?
Let me go back. Yes.
Okay. Is it white boy?
It is not.
All right, it's Terry Arnold then, right?
Want me to confirm or deny?
I mean, no, don't. But I think if it's not DeJean, then I'm like, okay, there's no way they're going to go to Kool-Aid, is it? No way they're drinking some fucking Kool-Aid up in here right now, bro.
For the memes.
No way.
For the memes.
For the memes.
I love that Detroit did this with the draft in Detroit. That just makes it even better.
Oh, yeah.
I love that move. Gotta appease the home crowd, you know?
What in the Goaty Goffington is that fucking jersey right there, bro? Oh my god.
I like the Lions black jerseys. Those are cool.
Yeah, but the guy wearing that shit right now is on high grade cocaine.
Oh yeah. But I just like the color blue that they have is just so nice. It's a really nice color blue with the gray, white, and black that they have going on. It's the whole color scheme is great.
Oh my god, his
Arnold's suit.
His suit is fire.
His suit is crazy.
Holy shit, dude.
I wish I could stream this right now because YouTube TV just blacks it out whenever I try to share the tab, but that is crazy.
That is a suit only a black man can wear. Let's own that.
Oh yeah, white dudes cannot wear a bright pink.
White dude wore that. His life is over.
Especially if you're not the least bit tan. If you are paste white, ain't no way in hell.
That's me. If I put that shit on, it would look awful.
Yeah, I would look terrible. I'm trying. Oh, here we go. Move that. So they got 29, and they picked up a third round, number 73 overall.
Okay.
And they gave Detroit a 2025 seventh rounder. We got some youth football celebrations now. Some female football players. That's awesome.
That blondie on the left is these people are not in high school. Can we talk about this?
I mean,
that girl on the left of Roger Goodell literally looks like she's graduated college. Her face, no way.
9 on the very right. That dude is taller than Roger Goodell.
So's the guy on the left, but that dude on the right's like 6'5" plus.
How tall?
That dude's really tall. That dude's really tall.
Roger Goodell's 5'11". So it's not like
even her voice. She is not in high school. You are bullshitting me, sir.
Here we go. Terry and Arnold.
Okay.
Heads.
Good fuck.
Right.
Good pick.
I like it.
Dude, his suit is so fucking fresh. Holy shit.
All of you listening, you have to go either Google it or tune in right now just to see it because it is.
His shoes, his suit, his bow tie, his this is the freshest motherfucker at this draft. Player, fan, the end.
So, I'm a little nervous now because Dallas moves back to 29, which is right before the Ravens.
And they need a wide receiver.
Yes, they do. And you know what else they need? Offensive linemen.
Yep.
That's also what the Ravens need. And you know what else Dallas needs? A cornerback. Also what the Ravens need.
Well, here's the good news, because they can only take one of them, so you're getting something.
True.
You're gonna get something,
Very true.
but it might not be the something or someone that you would have preferred. I'm glad Goodell can give his hugs. Apparently, he had back surgery literally like 3 fucking weeks ago, and his ass is out here doing this shit.
Yeah, that's honestly pretty impressive.
So I gotta give him mad props. He might get criticized a lot, but this dude's probably in insane pain right now.
My ass would be in bed.
I'd be wearing a diaper because I'd be like coughing and shitting myself from back pain, and then I'd be like, "Where's my wheelchair, sir? I can't walk no more."
By the way, the draft that I did for the Ravens, specifically just for the Ravens, the mock draft, I had them taking Tyler Guyton
Okay,
pick. But
his grade keeps falling off the earth.
yeah,
I don't know what's happened to him, but holy frick!
but Graham Barton is still available, and I don't see Green Bay. I really don't. I feel like they would go either Newton or Cooper DeJean. Tampa
You know what's
Bay-
oh,
Bay doesn't
sorry,
have a tackle, apparently. So I don't know. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of ways this. Green Bay's pick is already in. So
I had Dallas taking Adonai Mitchell at 24, and now they've moved back. I think they're taking him, and then obviously like most 90% of my picks were wrong because nobody expected, like, the Falcons ruined everything. But like I had the Ravens taking Jordan Morgan out of Arizona, and I think he's the highest graded tackle left, which would obviously still be a good choice.
right. I mean, if I'm looking at my complete mock draft, I had. Where am I here? If the Cowboys kept that pick, I had them taking Mims, but I have Green Bay taking Graham Barton actually. So, and then I had Tampa Bay taking Jared Verse, but Verse isn't obviously available anymore. So I don't know where this is gonna go now. I guess the Detroit fans are all chanting Terry on. That's great. That's love to see it.
We love that.
At least you're not Kristaps Porzingis getting booed by your own fans when you get drafted. Oh God. Oh, the Lions draft hat is fire. The all black with the blue details on it. I like that a lot.
I think, you know what? I think it's the same gray as mine.
Oh, really? It's a gray?
Yeah, I think so, because mine's gray. It doesn't look as much, but like, I wonder if that's like what they did for all the teams this year. Was like, you know what I mean? Maybe that's like the default color.
It definitely could be.
Because the way it looks like it's shining, it doesn't look like completely black, but I obviously could be. That one pride thing on the side is fucking fire.
Yeah, it is. I was looking at the Ravens one. The side has the state of Maryland, and it says "Play like a Raven." I might have to get me one of them.
So they have, all right. So Fanatics has black and gray ones.
Okay.
So depending on the lighting, his might be either one. You know what I mean? I can't even tell.
No, that makes sense. So real quick here on PFF's draft guide, Terry and Arnold, mirror recovery speed 9 out of 10, agility 9 out of 10, footwork 8 out of 10, all skills 9, anticipation awareness 7, competitive toughness 9, strength 8, tackle 7, run support 7. Yeah, he's ranked quite high. And those stable metrics where I was talking about how Quinion Mitchell was ranked pretty high, Well, Terrion Arnold is coverage rated outside 95, coverage rated slot 96, coverage rated in single coverage 94, coverage versus clean pocket 97, coverage grade, time to tackle greater than 3 seconds 97, forced incompletion percentage 95.
So kind of the clear number 2 in
Uh,
the yeah.
and his lowest grade by alignment is in the box. He had a 69 grade there, but deep, he had 80. In the slot, he had a 75.9. At the line of scrimmage, he had a 70.9. And out wide, he had an 82.6. And that's where he took the most snaps. He took 557 snaps out wide compared to 205 in the slot. Those were his top 2 alignments in 2023. Packers pick is in.
Okay. Let us take a look here.
25th pick. Oh, yeah, I forgot the draft is in Green Bay next year. Jordan Morgan. Well, they're laughing at the Packers fan who's completely pissed off in the crowd.
All this tells me is that Packers fans are dumb as bricks.
The guy's good. They shouldn't be mad about it. But
Like,
definitely not.
why would you not want your O-line to be better?
Right.
Let's hear what Mel Kiper says here.
By the way, Tampa Bay's pick already in.
Oh, they're locked and loaded. Holy crap! Yeah, they're like, all right, it's us. Okay, send it, grip it, and ship it. Oh shit! Their number 1 need, according to ESPN, is wide receiver.
Oh no. There's a potential disaster.
Nobody's gonna be left.
It's out of Nevada State Penitentiary. Oh shit! Like, who is all right on the big board receiver wise left? Eight. All right, look, ain't no way all 4 of the top 4 remaining go before. No way. You know what I mean? There's like it's physically impossible now, but it depends on if you want to reach for Worthy or.
But look,
Like, where's Baltimore's second round pick? 30th in the second round, which means like the 60s.
Tampa Bay could probably use a wide receiver. Arizona, I don't know what the hell they're going to do. Buffalo needs a wide receiver. Dallas needs a wide receiver.
Well, Buffalo needs one too. That's just not good.
Exactly. So, not good at all. And I don't think any one of these wide receivers are worth trading up for either, which is the problem. So
I agree.
Like,
I agree completely.
Yeah, I'm looking at PFF's board right now. You got A.D. Mitchell, you got Troy Franklin, Lad McConkey, Keon Coleman, and then you start, Xavier Leger and Xavier Worthy are there, but then you get to like Roman Wilson and Ricky Purcell and Jalen Polk and Malachi Corley and Jermaine Burton. Like, that's not first round talent. It's just not. At that point, you better go line or an edge.
If you're gonna go a second round guy, just pick Brendan Rice and call it a day.
Brendan Rice?
Yeah, it's Jerry Rice's kid.
Oh.
He's the 10th best remaining, so I'm thinking like Ravens pick in the second is pick like 62, 4, something like that.
Something like that, yeah. In the second, their pick is 62. And then they have one in the third at 93. So, in my mock draft for just the Ravens, I had them taking Malachi Corley out of Western Kentucky in the second round at pick 62, since I had them taking Tyler Guyton. If that happens, and you get Corley all the way down to 62, I don't mind it. Is he going to be some sort of superstar? Probably not, but at least you get something else to throw in at wide receiver. And then I had to take Javon Solomon from Troy as an edge in the third round. So all in all, that wouldn't be the worst. But again, that's basing it off the fact that they would be getting a tackle with their first round pick. And I don't know, if you're going to get one of the top tackles there at this point. I mean, Graham Barton technically still there, but I doubt he's still there by the time they pick. And then you got Tyler Guyton, who is technically still there, but like you said, with his rank falling and his stock falling, am I confident in that? No. So, yeah, can't say that I'm that excited for that. But we have, 7 picks remaining in the first round here. And Buccaneers pick is in, like we were saying. We're just waiting for them to come back from commercial here to actually see who it is. There's no trade, at least not that I've seen. They haven't announced it on the broadcast. So
Yeah, I think eventually they will let us know.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay has in fact selected someone.
Fewest overall picks for 6 quarterbacks selected in NFL draft history. There were 6 QBs drafted in the first 12 picks. And then there were offensive players selected, which is the longest streak at any point that we talked about before. So crazy draft so far.
We picked the correct draft for this shit.
Yes,
This has been spicy.
It has been entertaining to say the least.
Yeah, because it's like every draft, you're going to get some unexpected.
Right.
You don't know what the unexpected's going to be. But for it to be like the Chargers, who were literally projected by everybody on the known in the known universe to take Roma Dunze or at least Malik Neighbors, because they need a receiver so desperately, and then they're like, no, Joe Alt, because they clearly must think he's like a future Hall of Famer.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? You don't completely blindside everyone with that unless you're so sure. And then 3 picks later, the Falcons are like, let's shake up the whole fucking draft order and take a QB projected to go in like the late second.
Right.
Because they're that high.
Graham Barton.
He gone. They have him listed as a
center.
They have him as a center. Oh, he began his college career at center.
Oh, okay.
And moved to tackle. Okay.
I was like,
So he has experience at center. Okay.
let me see. I want to check his PFF snap count. He hasn't played center since 2020.
I know.
He shouldn't be listed as a center. He's played 2021. He played 747 snaps at left tackle.
Homie, he will be the biggest center in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's like 6'5.5".
He literally hasn't played a single snap anywhere but left tackle in the last 3 seasons. He's not a center. Plain and simple. ESPN is stupid. But, well, there goes another offensive lineman off the board that would have been really cool to have as a Ravens fan, but I guess not.
Cardinals pick is in, apparently.
Guess I'll go fuck myself. Yet again. But yeah, no, he's a beast. 6'5", 313. That's a big boy. Competitive toughness is a 10. Hand technique is a 9. Flexibility, pass sets, length, functional athleticism, offensive line IQ, all 8 out of 10. Oh, Arizona's already up. Here we go.
Rogers back.
Arizona, 27th pick. They take Darius Robinson. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, finally a Mizzou guy.
I mean, he wasn't on my board to take, but that is an edge, and that is one of the things that the Ravens need, so I'll still go fuck myself.
Let me see where he was at.
Just stay. Let's see. So they take...
All right, hold up. Let's go to. All right, I'm going to go to teams. Arizona. Darius Robinson. His overall rank was 30, so this is really close to where his rank is, at least.
Right.
And position rank was 5.
So on the clock.
Yeah, he was the best edge left. So, fair enough.
I mean, it's not a bad pick from them for sure. Like that's definitely not the case. But
How big is this fucking dude? Woo!
he looks like a big boy.
6'5", 285.
Sheesh.
He horse collared the fuck out of that dude.
So it looks like his best aspects. All right. So the strengths, according to PFF, length plus bull rush is imposing even against inferior offensive linemen. I think they meant to say interior. You can't single block this guy at the tight end, so that's always a good thing in terms of NFL blocking schemes. When he uses a push-pull technique, he can corner very well. His weaknesses, they say first step explosiveness is below average for NFL edge defenders. Will not threaten the outside shoulder with speed or bend and has a below average change of direction acceleration.
Yeah, you can see that in literally the clip you had up right there. If you want to rewind that and look, since you were just reading that, go to the last play before this and you will see exactly what they mean by change of direction speed being slow. Like, watch when he forces the fumble and has to turn.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then ESPN has his 40 time. This dude almost ran a 5-second. He was real close. He is not fast.
Yeah.
Like, at all, which obviously...
And it looks like his run defense is the best aspect of him. In the stable metrics, he ranked in the 99th percentile in run defense grade and the 91st percentile in pass rush grade against true pass sets. But he was in 80 and 81 for run stop percent and pass rush win percent. So, I mean, not that those are bad, but not like, anything to write home about either.
I think, here's the truth. Trade.
Trading their pick. For Kansas City? Oh.
Bruh. All right, Schechter, tell me what they got, because they better have made this shit worth it for Buffalo, because what the fuck, bruh?
And the pick is in. It's going to be A.D. Mitchell. It has to be A.D. Mitchell. There's no way it's not A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah, they jumped you and Dallas to make this pick. It's got to be a receiver.
Son of a bitch. For the third pick in a row, I'll go fuck myself.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Some potential Falcons drama from Mike Garofalo. From Kirk Cousins' agent, Mike McCartney, on the Falcons selecting QB Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall. Yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up before then.
Ooh. We getting a little spicy.
I can't, like, the Falcons are an organization. Kirk Cousins is one guy. So if you're the Falcons, you're going to do what you think is best for the future of your franchise, regardless of who gets butthurt about it. And if Kirk's going to get butthurt about it after he just got paid that much, like, motherfucker, you're the starter and you goddamn know it.
Right.
So as long as you play the way they know you can, you're not losing that job.
Right.
Like,
You are the guy until your 2 years are up, pretty much. That's how it's going to be.
exactly. So, like, even reading that doesn't sound like he's super butthurt, but obviously it could develop into something. It just sounds like he's being honest, like we didn't hear about it. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm super upset, but it's not like the Falcons probably should have been like, hey, we might do this, just so you know.
I agree.
But
It could have been more forthright about it.
exactly.
Okay, I have the details here. So the Bills trade away pick 28, 133, and 248 to get pick 32, 95, and 221. So they
Okay,
drop
so
down 4 picks, but then they go from 133 to 95,
and 248 to 221.
221.
I mean the middle one's the big one because that's like early fourth to early mid.
Third.
Not even early fourth. That's like early fifth, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's compensatory picks in the fourth now, but yeah, it's like that's a big jump in potential talent acquisition. So I see why Buffalo.
Draft.
I see why Buffalo would do that. Like, why would you not? It's a four pick difference, and you still think you can get a guy you like, and then in the second and sixth, you can obviously pick earlier, which is good.
And especially if, like, you know that Kansas City's not even looking at somebody that you're usually taking. It sounds like they're probably not going to go receiver with their first round pick then, because you're trading to the Chiefs, who probably go receiver. Dallas needs a receiver. Baltimore needs a receiver. And then San Fran, we don't know what San Fran's going to do.
We don't know what the fuck they're doing. Well, because that's why I'm surprised. Like, they're still here. So, like, they obviously didn't trade up. Because if you had a package of Ayuk and your number 31, you could move up pretty far, I think. And you have to include other stuff too. But like, that's a lot of ammo for a very big gun. So like,
right.
The fact that they're still at 31 tells me they're obviously talking to those two and maybe keeping both. But
we shall see. The Chiefs, I mean, are obviously going to go. I feel like it has to be either A.D. Mitchell, what's his name from Oregon. I guess there is also A.D. Mitchell's teammate Xavier Worthy, who's still there too, but I feel like, I don't know, he's not that high on that many boards. But we know.
okay, can we just say this? Their draft room looks like shit. What is this closet? What is this?
But
My
also,
God.
I feel like Andy Reid, if Andy Reid knows who he wants, he's going to get the guy whether it's a reach or not. Like, Andy Reid is the type of guy that's like, if I see who I want, I don't care if it's a reach. I don't care what other people think. I'm going to get this guy. So
Agreed. And it's worked for him a lot.
True.
Even Travis Kelce was a guy no one projected where he got picked. He called Jason first and said, "Is your brother going to be a piece of shit?" And then he put him on a 3-way call and was like, "You gonna play or?" But he didn't care. He was like, "Look, I think this dude's generational," and guess what? He was really, really correct.
Very true. We have a little bit of a speech here as well, so we're going to get to the pick here in a bit. Love to see it. More family stories. People are awesome. We're going to get a guest pick. I like his suit, the red shirt underneath the black jacket.
It's got the red and black and white J's to match on the down low there.
I like that a lot. Dad wearing the jersey. I love it.
I also liked how classy Detroit this whole crowd is, that they're all cheering and not being pieces of shit. Cheers for that.
Agreed. Here we go. 28th pick. Xavier Worthy.
Whoa, they went. That surprises the fuck out of me a little bit.
He obviously fits perfectly with Kansas City.
He's like the fucking burner they've been missing since Tyreek left.
Exactly. And so, I mean, let's be honest. You give any halfway decent wide receiver to Patrick Mahomes, and he's going to turn them into something amazing. So,
Can I be honest here? This tells me they already kind of have a very good idea of how much fucking trouble Rashee Rice is in.
that's a good point.
Because
140?
homie, he is a ninja with speed.
Jesus.
This guy is fast as fuck.
He's already in, by the way.
So here's the thing. Here's what's interesting to me, right? So Rashee Rice is supposed to be your big guy, right? And Justin Watson, but he plays tight end mostly, but they line him up outside sometimes. And then Rashee Rice being 6'1" was your like intermediate.
Right.
The one guy they acquired this offseason was Marquise Brown, who was also small and fast. And then you draft Xavier Worthy, who is also small and fast. So I am curious to see how the balance of this offense is actually going to look, because like I know you can win with just pure speed, and then obviously Mahomes being as good as he is, like you just said, it's like he can make shit happen.
Right.
But you gotta have the versatility as far as the weapons you're putting on the field. And we know Rice is getting suspended for a while, if not the whole season. And even maybe way worse, depending on how the outcome of this whole thing is. So I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, and we're like, if we're talking about like size and some of the grades that Xavier Worthy has gotten, like if you look at his pre-draft testing, he's only in like the lower 25th percentile in height, weight, arm length, hand size. And the only thing he's like really excelled at was obviously the speed aspects. The 40-yard dash, he had the 4.21. Vertical jump, 41 inches. Broad jump, 10 feet, 11 inches. I mean, huge numbers on those, so don't get me wrong on that part. But in the stable metrics, if we go back to those, separation percent for single coverage, he was only at 73. Yards per route run was an 83. Receiving grade versus single coverage, 87. Receiving versus zone, 87. Open target percentage, 84. So he was getting a lot of open targets because, I mean, obviously the man's just fast as fuck. But if we look at his PFF grade last year, 68.9. 2022 was a 69.8. 21 was a 79.2. So it's just very, like, mixed results. It looks like if he doesn't blow by people, then
Oh, here we go.
Dallas Cowboys select Kyler Guyton.
Okay.
Fuck me again.
Can I be honest?
I mean,
I'm really Nah, but I'm really glad you didn't get his ass. I think Dallas just swung hard here, and I think they missed.
I'm very.
I'm gonna.
A.D. Mitchell, to be honest with you, in Texas.
Yeah, but all right. I'm looking at Xavier Legette's PFF stables, right? I'm getting flashbanged by the screen. Look how white I am. Oh my god! But
it's very bright.
it happens. So Legette's open target percent wasn't great, but his separation versus single coverage wasn't great. His reception grade versus single coverage is a 98. And against zone, it's 84, and then yards per route run is 93. So,
Not bad at all.
no. And I mean, last year, 18 yards per catch, 7 touchdowns. Like, best grade of his career by a mile. But let me. I think the only other guy I should compare this to now is Mitchell, Adonai.
Yep.
Because he's still here for you guys. So let's see where he's at in this list of goodness.
I mean, there's still a few receivers that are honestly.
Yeah. Oh my lord.
Super regime.
You don't want Adonai Mitchell. Let me just make that crystal fucking clear right now. You don't want this bum.
Oh god, I didn't look at his grades.
Bro, his grades is hot ass. I don't even need to tell you what the grades are. There's 198, and then there's a 70, 61, 58, and a 49.
It says his player comp is T. Higgins.
No shot, because T. Higgins ain't this ass.
Oh god, I'm looking at his stable metrics now.
Bro, he's not good against anything. Like,
Like,
the fuck?
I mean, he's a really big dude though.
Yeah, but he's really big and not.
3-4.
But I remember reading he's like really big and he didn't win contested shit as much as somebody his size should be doing,
Yeah, it says.
which is obviously like not good.
The bottom line says the way to be at his side from a tough matchup, especially in the red zone. Bless you. The biggest area of concern is that I wish he attacked the ball more when it was in the air. If he improves in that category, he has fringe wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 abilities. So obviously, there's still plenty of question marks. Like you said, the receiving grade for his zone is a 49. It's really bad. Separation is a 61. Yards per run is a 70. Open target percentage is a 58. It's not good. He hasn't topped 1,000 yards at all in any of his seasons in college, which I feel like normally for NFL receivers, they at least have 1 year of 1,000 yards or more. Xavier Worthy
Yeah.
has 1,000 yards.
Well, like Lad McConkey's grades, great across the board. Ricky Pearsall's great across the board. With the same grade at the reception grade for single coverage. So he's the same at the one grade that he's good at and better everywhere else. Both of them are. So it's kind of like a no-brainer.
Right. Ravens.
And then who does ESPN have as like Keon Coleman? I kept reading shit that was not great, but let me see what PFF's feeling about old Keon. Let's see. I think his grades are going to be rough. Yep, they're rough. But yeah, I think you got like two legit options here. But I'm curious because it's one of those like they're either going to take one now because they can,
Right.
or just make the defense even better.
Like I said, I could see them going Cooper DeJean or even like Nate Wiggins or Kool-Aid McKinstry. I could see them taking one of those three because we know the Ravens love defense. That's the worst kept secret.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, here we go.
here comes Roger. Oh, come on, Roger. Give me something good here. The Ravens selected the 30th pick. Nate Wiggins.
Yep.
There it is.
Okay. I think that's the right call. I don't think any of those receivers are worth taking here.
I don't think so either. I don't think they're first round guys.
I think, honestly, it's like if you're really high on one of them, you just pick up the phones early tomorrow and, you know what I mean?
Right.
Try and move up, but I think they'd be happy taking a dude in the third or fourth and just chilling.
Right.
Especially with their cap, because a skill position guy like a receiver will get more first-round money than a corner would, first off. And their cap is, as we already discussed, really rough. I think this is really smart by them, because you obviously, like, Darby left, you need to replace that, and he played well, so you need someone to come in and play well. you already have like a really solid set of safeties and linebackers potentially. Obviously, like you just need to see who fills in for Queen, and you already talked about who that would be. So it's, you know what I mean. They're in a good spot.
Actually, former Clemson teammate Trenton Simpson.
There you go.
And an outside corner does help, especially because, I mean, when you look at Marlon Humphrey, he's been hurt a lot over the past couple seasons. And I wouldn't be surprised if he got hurt again. And I'm looking at some of his player traits here on PFF, and they're pretty nice. I mean, mere recovery speed is a 9, agility is a 9, footwork's a 9.
You want to know why his recovery speed's a 9?
Because
he ran a 4.28.
Yeah, that's insane.
For a corner, that's fast as fuck.
And he graded out as 80.2 out wide, playing 431 snaps out there.
And he'll get better at that.
Right.
Like he doesn't weigh a lot. Like he's weight-wise, he's pretty undersized. Height-wise, because he's light, his jumping ability is probably nuts, which means he'll win 50-50s a lot. And then speed-wise, he's going to keep up with 95% of receivers in the league.
For sure.
You know what I mean? So, and even like ESPN overall had him ranked 25th, and you just took him at 30.
True.
So that's like, if you're the Ravens, you're happy with that. Obviously, like, in my opinion, the two better corners went before him.
Right.
And obviously everyone is scared as fuck of Cooper DeJean being white, clearly, because he's still here. And it will become very clear they are scared of his whiteness if he gets taken after Kool-Aid McKinstry. I still cannot get over the fact that motherfucker's name is legit Kool-Aid.
I just want to know what his parents were thinking.
Bro, they were drinking Kool-Aid and were like, yes, this is a great name for a child.
But,
we shall
the bottom
go
line
forth.
About Wiggins, they said he has the tools of a first-round high-impact cornerback. His athleticism will never be in question, nor will his competitiveness. Those two characteristics should yield a long-term starting player. So,
yeah,
that's the case. I mean,
I have no disagreements with that. Like, you first of all, like, he played at Clemson, so you're not going to look at him and go, "Oh, you're not good enough." You played at one of the schools that's been the best in the country for the last 10 years, like, easily. So you have the pedigree, you have the physical traits, you're clearly just a really good athlete, and it's not like he misreads plays badly. Like, even on that one they showed in the highlight reel, he got burned and he caught the guy, like, and was able to make a play to make sure the guy didn't catch the ball. So that's great. And
I will just say his stable metrics all look very good. I mean, 98 for coverage grade at outside, 98 at coverage grade at slot, 98 coverage grade in single coverage, 91 in forced incompletion percentage, and 97 coverage grade versus clean pocket. Like, those are all very nice stable metrics. Graded out overall as an 81.6 last season and forced a 43.9% completion percentage on throws his way and only gave up one touchdown.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna remind myself what Quinion Mitchell's overall grade was last year.
I will take it.
I'm on. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah, the Eagles drafted the right guy, and I need to shut my fucking hole. Dude graded at 92.5 in 2022 and then a 91.5 in 2023.
Damn.
That's full season grades? That's insane.
That is insane.
Like, fucking A.
That play right there that Nate Wiggins just made in that highlight tape is exactly what, like, I've seen Ravens defenders do so many times.
It reminds me of Ed Reed.
That strip right there, I agree. Like,
yeah, just the like the physicality of, like, and the precision of that play where he has to hit that ball perfectly.
Exactly.
Has to hit it perfectly, or it's literally chalked. And then that play right there, he had him beat.
Oh, yeah.
Like, beat. He was deeper than him, and that's kind of PI a little bit, but he turned back, so they didn't call it. But it could have been called. That play right there, that's nuts.
Yeah. That's the thing. The deep balls, all that kind of stuff, he's going to be in the mix for those because he's going to be either faster or just as fast as the receiver. So,
But he has to be good because it's like, look at the division he's coming into. It's like, it's George Pickens, Amari Cooper, Jamar Chase, maybe T. Higgins if he doesn't get traded. We'll see. But obviously, whoever the Bengals end up taking at receiver, because they're obviously going to draft one now. They have to. They can't risk that. They'll hope to find another like Tyler Boyd-esque and T. Higgins-esque in the second round. You know what I mean?
right.
They've been good at it, so I'll give them credit.
A.D. Mitchell,
I know. Oh, all right, Niners.
San Francisco. San Francisco selects Ricky Pearsall,
Okay.
the wide receiver from Florida.
That kind of maybe says a lot. Yeah. I think that tells a story. I'm not gonna lie. They just took a first round receiver in the midst of many rumors about Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk.
I definitely think at least one of them is on the move.
It's just a matter of when, because like I guess tomorrow we'll find out tomorrow. But like,
We got one more pick to go here. Buffalo, who traded and swapped picks with Kansas City. They're on the clock. Pick is
we're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Day one of the NFL draft is almost coming to an end.
We are getting there. For anybody that listened to this after the fact and have gotten through all this, I just want to shout you out because you are a real one.
Yeah, because we were like super energetic and everything early, and then we've kind of just been hella focused. We've been trying to give analysis a little bit, but like it is harder because this is a lot.
Wait. Ian Rappaport, the Panthers have
Are
traded
on
up
the clock.
and are now on the clock. The Bills get rid of all of their first round picks.
I am intrigued.
Don't understand a single thing that the Bills have been doing over the last 6 months.
The Bills free agency period, trading Diggs, letting Davis walk. Everything about this is very.
Half of their defense walk.
This is very interesting. Well, because it's like they've either accepted that they're not good enough to compete and they need to just like rebuild but keep the key pieces, like obviously Josh Allen, and you know what I mean?
Right.
But like, you don't see a whole team's receiver core go. And two teams have done that this offseason in the Chargers and the Bills. There's complete refresh. It's very different. And it's cool because it's different. And we like different in sports is always interesting.
Right.
Because all these sports have been around so long, when you see something that feels unique, you're like, hell yeah. But the Bills have just like their Super Bowl odds probably went from like top 6, 5-ish to probably like 11, 12. They don't have an offense.
Yeah.
Like, and they're same like you said, like a bunch of these defensive key players that have been a reason for them making it to where they've made it. They're all gone. And even when we went over free agency, it's not like they added a million guys. They didn't.
Right.
So, and now Carolina, who was the worst dumpster fire in the NFL last year, trades up one spot into the first instead of waiting until the second round, because I guess they figured other teams were calling. So there's somebody
that they traded 30. The Panthers received 32 and the 2024 6th round.
Okay, so they
33, and they receive a 5th round,
it was a 5th for a 6th
essentially. Yeah,
for the one spot difference.
but also, is this worth it to Carolina to just go up this one spot?
See, here's the honest truth. If the Bills are being honest when they're on that phone, they're telling Carolina, you are not the only team that called.
Right. True.
And if Carolina if there is a one guy that they really, really, really want, in their head, they need so much that they're going to just go get him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, on the page it says needs wide receiver, tight end, center, defensive line, linebacker, cornerback.
I wish it would just say it again.
They could go Cooper DeJean or Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I feel like going Cooper DeJean or Kool-Aid McKinstry right here would be brilliant. I think it would be perfect. You would have J.C. Horn, and then either one of them as your other guy. That's a fucking duo. Because
Jason Newton.
Yeah, who? Let's talk about how the fuck is he available?
I'm very surprised that he's fallen this far.
No one's picking you, asshole. Go away.
Newton, I mean, looking at the PFF draft guide, has a lot of good player traits. His weaknesses say you can tell he is light, lacks overall flexibility for getting low or bending on a rush.
Oh, here we go.
Gap shooting.
Roger is here. Alert.
All right, Roger. Final pick of the first round, we get the Carolina Panthers.
My body is ready.
They have selected. Get on with it, Roger.
Oh, the South Carolina guy.
Xavier.
It's legit, but this fucking idiot can't read.
League it.
Hey, no, I'm sorry. Let's imitate Roger really quick. Xavier, league it with the 10-second pause because he can't read.
The broadcaster just said Leggett. So is it Leggett or legit?
I feel like it's legit. I'm sorry. That just the spelling of that, everything about that tells me it's like a Cajun name.
Right. That would make
which would All right. I mean, I'll understand this from the sense of Carolina Panthers, South Carolina University wide receiver. They probably have scouted him more than most other teams because to go and scout him, you have to get in a car, not a plane.
Sure.
His size is good. His speed doesn't suck. That conference, I know we bag on the ACC and just like these like Eastern, like the Atlantic coast, just teams in general. South Carolina wasn't that bad. UNC wasn't that bad. Clemson, Florida State weren't that bad.
Right. So here
is... And what they just said too, they said he had one of the fastest top speeds of anybody in college football. So once he had space to run, he could get away from you, which is obviously a big deal. So,
huge deal for sure. And I was keeping up with the mock draft simulator and have put together all the picks there. So for those watching on YouTube, there's your entire first round. To go over it with everybody that might be listening, we had Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Marvin Harrison, Joe Alt, really surprising one to the Chargers at 5. Then Malik Neighbors goes to the Giants.
JC Latham, Tennessee Titans playing Mr. Fantastic here. Them elastic arms reaching for the heavens here.
Yep. And
they passed on like 3 better freaking tackles. And then the Falcons.
Surprising everything.
Woo!
Penix Jr. at 8.
Holy shit.
That's where it all fell apart.
Everything, yeah. Michael Penix Jr. getting picked at 8 just detonated everybody's brain.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's.
Chicago just getting Rome Odunze just dropped in their lap. I mean, they
literally.
Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze in this first round, which is literally a dream scenario. And then the Vikings trade and get J.J. McCarthy at 10. The Jets get a nice tackle there in Fashanu. Then the Broncos get Bo Nix, just like literally everybody pretty much said. They're the one team, other than like Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, that everyone was just like, this is exactly who they're going to get. Then you got Brock Bowers going to the Raiders, Fuaga going to the Saints, Latu going to the Colts.
Actually, we gotta talk about Brock Bowers to the Raiders. That tight end duo is fucking filthy.
Him and Michael Murphy are going to be great together, but you also need someone to actually throw them the ball.
But here's what I like. Like Gardner Minshew is not bad. He's not an elite starter. He's not bad. So you get a year with him. He is competent enough to allow you to see what you have.
Right.
It's one of those you don't have to like overthink it. Like you'll see what the talent is, and then if you're really bad this year, you'll have a high pick. And if there is any QB that's worth anything in this next draft, you'll probably go get him. Like it's that simple. They're not expecting to compete this year to win that division, and they know that. Like the Chiefs are the Chiefs. The Chargers just dumped everything they had, so the competition in that division is kind of gone. Like the only other position group in the entire AFC West that's like even competitive with the Chiefs is the Raiders defense. And that's it. So like head to head in a game, like it's if it's Minshew versus Mahomes, we know who wins that.
Yeah.
Like it's that simple. And then it's just there's a lot of work that's got to be done out there. But the Raiders are, I think this is a good step. They literally looked at their board and said, best player available, done. We're not thinking too hard. He's here for us. Take him, and I think that was a great pick.
At that point, too, like you're not getting anyone at quarterback of note, and at wide receiver, you're also not getting one of the. I mean, you could have gone Brian Thomas at that point, but also, like Brian Thomas in his respective position isn't projected to be as good as Brock Bowers in his respective position.
Yeah,
so
like what you can do with Brock Bowers is way like you have way more options with him on the field than you do with Brian Thomas Jr. on the field right now.
Exactly.
And then going forward, like you have a top 5 receiver already in Devontae Adams. We know who he is.
Yeah.
You got Michael Mayer last year, so you could do these 2 tight end sets with Adams on the outside every play if you really fucking want to.
Oh, for sure.
Like, so they could have some fun. Like they're just going to be fun to watch though, because their head coach, Pierce, is a nut. Obviously, Max Crosby is the craziest sumbitch in the NFL. Which is why we love him. But
exactly. But getting up to then Minnesota also got Dallas Turner. So I like their haul of J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner both in the first round here. And then your Bengals took Amarius Mims at 18. The Rams took Jared Verse at 19.
Great pick at 19.
Agreed. The Steelers took Fontenot at 20, which I also thought was a great pick there. I didn't expect it to drop all the way down there, to be honest. Chop Robinson, Miami goes and reaches for him as an edge rusher for them. The Eagles get Quinion Mitchell to just fall into their lap without having to trade up at all.
Yeah, because Quinion Mitchell was projected originally like top 12. If this draft had gone the way mocks had gone, he was going to be so far gone.
Oh yeah,
that it was literally most mocks had us getting Nate Wiggins.
Right.
But all the offensive picks literally like you can just see it shifted all the defensive picks back by like 8.
Yep.
And that's why Wiggins fell to 30. That's why you see Darius Robinson down at 27. Terry and Arnold, like the fact that Detroit could trade up, they were already the second best team in the NFC last year, and they get the second best corner in this draft. Because the truth is, I own this. I'm not perfect. Quinion Mitchell's grades are fucking disgusting. Terry and Arnold was very close behind him.
Right.
So their ceilings are really high, which is really cool. But for Detroit, it's awesome because they obviously this draft is in Detroit. They get a dog. They get a really good player in their in the draft they're hosting, so I'm stoked for them.
And that's so after Quincy Mitchell, Brian Thomas Jr. falls to Jacksonville at 23, which is big.
Which they needed so bad.
big time. Big time. And like you just said, Detroit trades up with Dallas. They get Terry and Arnold. Green Bay grabs Jordan Morgan to shore up their offensive line. Tampa Bay shores up their offensive line with Graham Barton. Arizona walks away with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson from Missouri. Not bad for them at all. Xavier Worthy goes to Kansas City after they traded up with Buffalo. And then Dallas, who traded back, takes Tyler Guyton. The Ravens take Nate Wiggins. The 49ers take Ricky Pearsall, which makes us all think that either Ayuk or Debo is on the way somewhere. So we're going to have to check that out for the rest of the draft moving forward. And then round it out with Carolina trading in. Buffalo trades all the way out of the first round. And Carolina takes Xavier Leggett, whatever they're saying. I have to look that up so I know that for future use. But that is your first round of the NFL draft.
And looking at like pick 25 to 32. So Dallas took a risk trading back.
Yep.
And honestly, I think it kind of screwed them. If I'm being honest, like you trade back from 24.
Yep.
And because Detroit's not taking a tackle because they had the best O-line in football and they added Kevin Zeitler and made it even better. So they're set. Which is why you let them move up there because they're not doing that. But then Green Bay
receiver or anything.
Yeah. But then Green Bay and the Bucks both take tackles. And even if ESPN said Graham Barton's a center, that motherfucker is not a center. He's a fucking tackle. Let's be crystal clear. And so is Jordan Morgan. I don't care if his arms are short. Mel Kiper's old as shit. His assessments are not great anymore. Short arms doesn't mean a goddamn thing. The guy has quick feet, and that's what you need as a tackle. So Dallas moves back and basically allows two better tackles to go away from them and a receiver that they might have wanted because Kansas City then jumped them. And they get Tyler Guyton, whose draft stock, overall grades, everything are just not really, in my opinion, first round. Like, he's like mid-second to me. But tackle's so important, they just took it because obviously they've lost that. But it's just kind of continues Dallas's really rough, mediocre offseason of just losing guys and not really signing anything. The Ravens get Nate Wiggins. Say it again?
I'm just curious to see what Dallas looks like next season after all.
I know. Because it's like you don't have Michael Gallup anymore. You don't have Tyron Smith anymore. You literally lost like 3 players to retirement on defense, 2 guys to because they were injured forever. You signed 2 people. You lose Tony Pollard. Your cap bound because you signed Dak to so much money, even though he hasn't won you anything. It's just very strange. The Bengals take Nate Wiggins, or Ravens take Nate Wiggins, which is perfect for them because they're a team that thrives on defense. They have since they moved back there in, 99, right?
Yeah.
So you move back. In my head, my whole lifetime, I think of the Ravens, I think of defense.
Yep.
It's just that simple. The hardest hitters in the league, scariest players in the league. And now it's like Kyle Hamilton's time. And you give him another boost in the secondary. Just it's such a good pick. It just fits perfectly. His Nate Wiggins' skill set belongs in Baltimore. He wouldn't fit as well anywhere else. And then the Niners one is the one that's just crazy because it's there were already rumors about Ayuk having contractual problems, Debo being a whiny bitch because he just is. So you take a first round receiver, that sends a message. If this guy was in the 3rd, no one would care.
Right.
It's a first round guy. One of those dudes is gone. And it's really hard to... I would say it's Ayuk, and I kind of hope it's Ayuk, because he's the one that keeps getting better.
Right.
Clearly. So if he's the one that goes, the Niners take a big step back, and I don't care if anybody out there is, oh, the system's too good. If the system was good, Kyle Shanahan would win a fucking Super Bowl, but he can't. So don't give me that.
Yep.
And then Carolina goes up one spot, just swaps a 5th and a 6th to get a good receiver, good size receiver, just another weapon for Bryce Young. Makes sense. They obviously wish that they had a first-round pick this year to get O-line. But obviously to acquire Bryce Young, they gave up a lot of that capital, so
Right.
it's their own doing. But they'll address that. Overall, if I had to pick a winner of day one, I think it's really hard to not say Minnesota. Genuinely. They got this...
Minnesota or Chicago.
Yeah. Like, Chicago was the one that was always going to feel like it, because you get the number one overall, and we knew who it was going to be, and he's very good. And then the fact that you got Roma Dunze, too, it's like, okay, so you got your number one receiver and your QB. Just like that. But then Minnesota, their expectations, because they only had 11. Like, that was their pick. Then you move up one. You get J.J. McCarthy. Still, even at 10, he was there. So you get the guy you wanted, really. And then you trade with Jacksonville to get who many people would argue is the best edge rusher as well after you lost Daniel Hunter. Like, you addressed your two biggest needs in one night with guys that are very good. So we'll give them
some picks to shore up some other defensive positions too.
And we'll give them the gold stars.
Yep.
And Arizona obviously gets the honorable mention because Marvin Harrison Jr. is generational potentially if he stays healthy. And Darius Robinson, if he can just work on his footwork, is actually a scary motherfucker. But it's one of those. If he gets fast, he's good. If he stays slow, then it's kind of a miss. But very fun night. Really glad we did this. Anybody who watched or listens to this in the future, we really appreciate it. Yes. We will continue doing weekly shit because obviously we got two sports playoffs going on right now. And then in the coming weeks, even after the draft, I fully expect some action. Because there's so many rumors right now, trade-wise, that if they don't happen on draft nights, then there's still potential. So we will be here to cover all of that for you.
Yes, we will. So all of you watching on YouTube, please subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. It lets you know when we go live. I'm sure we'll drop shorter clips of different topics and things at some point when we start to whittle some things down and have some time for those as well. But make sure you check that out. We're everywhere you get your podcast, Spotify, Apple, everything. Make sure you subscribe on there, follow, rate too. That helps us out a lot. We appreciate
massively.
It. Yes, that helps.
Any feedback. If you have bad if you have criticism, tell us.
Yeah.
Like, our goal here is to be entertaining in a way that actually, keeps your attention.
And is informative.
Yeah. Like, we don't need to be your favorite, but we want to be a channel and a podcast that you can turn to when you literally just want to listen to something. Right. That's all I want. Like, we're not here to be these pundits that literally only spew details and are boring. Like, we want to tell you what the guys are like. We want to we'll just instantly react to the tape we're seeing and just have fun, which is why we both had beer, because the draft is meant to be fun.
Exactly.
I had fun because the Eagles for the first time in 22 years took a corner, and he's good. So here we go.
Agreed. I'm satisfied with the Ravens' first round pick as well.
I'm laughing. We were going into this having no idea, and both our teams took CBs.
I know.
It's such an important position, but it's not thrilling. You know what I mean? It's like, cool.
At first, we were both like, eh. And then we looked into it and we're like, actually, all right. I'll take it.
You had his tape playing.
True.
And then you started reading his stable metrics, and I pulled him up, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, his lowest is a 98, which, I don't think we looked at any other single player who had 300s and 298s.
Yeah.
Which is I'm like, I know you played at Toledo, and that will make me nervous until I see you play.
Right.
because you're in a conference that's just not producing as much NFL talent as others. But if you're getting graded that high by PFF, who literally like lives, breathes, eats, and shits football, they're seeing the things they need to see out of you to have that kind of confidence. And then with Nate Wiggins, his is more of a fit thing. Like, he might not have all the grades in that way, but the team he's going to completely loves that position.
Oh, yeah.
And just the back end of the defense, like, he will look good from day one. And they need him to, though. And he has the speed, which is why they took him. Because it's like, it's such a, yeah, obviously with the Bengals receivers, and then Pittsburgh with Pickens becoming good.
Right.
That's a very, very good choice. And Amari Cooper's still good, so.
Yeah, exactly. So, all in all, fun night. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for listening. And we will catch you guys next week with our latest episode. Peace.
Peace.